and we want to enhance teamwork. So the onset of online, the QA system had to be involved, especially in when it comes to developing the rubrics, and also in making sure that all the online programs are designed very well. So project-based e-learning stimulates the learners to use correct disciplinary frames to identify real problems and applying theories and clinical principles to propose feasible solutions. And why do we have this gap? Because traditionally learning has been playing that a prevailing role. Still the teacher is the teacher and the student is the receptor. That is according to Harold 2011. And I look at it, despite that the adoption of the ICT, most of the higher education institutions are still focused, still to cultivate the student research skill rather than the professional skills and transferable skills. So HOMIS suggested that the students should be provided an opportunity to participate in real problem-solving situations through things like the project-based e-learning, where the students are actively centers, informing instructions and following instructions, and they have that autonomy, constructive investigations, goal setting, collaboration, communication, and also real reflection of the real life. And the objectives were to explore the perception of online learning in health sciences with project-based intervention that creates social interaction between the experts, that is online tutors, students and local community over some specific issues. And we want at the end of the day to construct sustainable, impactful solution, because we are not going to move away from ICT. And the first specific objectives was to determine public health ability to conceptualize an existing problem in their community using the online PBL. I know most of the people, when they hear PBL, they think of the problem-based learning, but this was project-based learning. And the other objectives was to explore the predictors. That is, what facilitates, what are the barriers of online project-based learning among the same participants. Methodology, we used the exploratory case study. We ran this for a whole semester. Then we had those students. Then we have also 2 faculty staff. And then we had, we used purposive, and we did focus group discussion and key informants from the facilitators. And generally we got analysis through deductive thematic analysis. And this was approved by REC from CIU. This is just a platform of Odell, which was used especially to set the assignment. And they were, this is one of the course unit, that's Foundation of Public Health, which had 3 groups online. And this was their discussion forum where they brought out the cases they got from the field, and they had to critique each other on the online and also get feedback from their facilitators. So the themes that emerged from that: 1, PBL, online PBL facilitates gaining of confidence and retention of concepts. And we found that some of the, it is practically carrying out the procedures was seen that a way that someone will not forget what they have learned, and it stays in their mind long after even you have practiced, and it's easier to put in practice in other course units even after studies. And also some of the participants says that yes, they met challenges, but they really got courage because of it raised their confidence, and they learned a lot. And someone said, we got to learn how to improve and be resilient until we managed to execute the task. Another theme was improves skills, judgment, and critical thinking. And all the participants expressed the form of training, help them to boost critical thinking. We heard about critical thinking. And when teachers, critical thinking is when your student starts thinking abnormally and you accept that situation, because sometimes they are very innovative. So the student described the experience that it equipped them to handle real life experience. And also they reported they were able to learn the ideal way of executing skills, which might not been the case in the classroom setting. When we look at fostering teamwork, yes, most of them say that in our project, 4 of us had our roles and responsibility, and it really brought that coordinated way. Well, one of the key informers said that the project had a well-designed PBL course outline because this was had to be done, and QA rubrics had to be developed at the beginning to know how the course outcomes are going to be achieved. So it included orientation sessions from learners, guidelines were provided, action and presentations from learners, and the grading like we have seen online. So in the predictors, we got the key information that is from the facilitators and the ICT. And they say that orientation sessions were provided the first 2 weeks. These aided in planning and also execution of the project, while there was also quality control. There were quality rubrics. I was not able to project the course outline, but they had also to sit and develop the rubrics, especially for assessment and making sure the outcomes were met. So the grading was according to the quality rubrics that were set at the beginning of the course within the course outline. And the PBL course outline for Foundation of Public Health had quality checks rubrics for both monitoring the progress and the final grading of the outcome. Yeah, balancing the boat, there were barriers. It was high cost because the students had some time to meet online and also going to the field, and also have to access the platform when they are in the field, and also discuss and critique each other on the platform. Time consuming, it was a new venture. So first of all, to adapt to it, especially for the undergraduate, we did 2 groups, undergraduate, so it was a bit challenging, but with time and guidance, it was better. Multitasking, especially for MPH, going to the field, again, meeting, they were preferring, why don't we just go and meet in class physically and we discuss. However, at the end of the day, they appreciated it. I guess the critiquing online and keeping that as record was better. And also it was not easy to penetrate community at some point. That one happens mostly with the project-based, even offline. Conclusion is that online project-based learning is preferred both by the students and faculty. Thus, offering an alternative approach to teaching and learning also indicates that there is existing favorable attitude among teachers and also the students. It also provides a great strand of integration with education practices and the idea of using real-world sustainable programs into student-centered learning. Way forward, we recommend that there is need to explore fostering and facilitating action in the future work, given that different points of view from different regions, from different faculties of the world will undoubtedly improve this research. And also future efforts should also reflect the opinion of teachers as well as other higher education stakeholders on online PBL approaches for use in academic environment. And at the end, therefore, future work should consider establishing guidelines, standard guidelines for teachers to incorporate online PBL approach in different areas, because we are doing interprofessionals, and also setting the course outline better in the area of learning and learning process. I acknowledge my co-authors, my study participant, Clark International University, and the funding that was supported by HEPI under the following grant number. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for that presentation. Let's have the second, and then that is Mr. Ngoto Gichuru.
Thank you. Today I'm going to talk about the impact of collaborative learning technologies on interprofessional education and quality assurance. And before I start, I would like to stress that so far in Makerere, I've not seen online learning due to these collaborative technologies. What is there is only online teaching, but online learning will be lying to ourselves because it is not there. And what are some of these collaborative learning technologies? We have what we call Google Classroom, Moodle, and others. And when you talk about interprofessional education, this is commonly in health sciences, whereby two groups of who do like related disciplines, for example, nursing and others, Bachelor of Medicine and Surgery, they can share some of the programs as part of the requirements up to the end. And so the objectives of this research was to see what was the impact of these collaborative learning technologies on learning outcomes, on interprofessional collaboration, and on quality assurance in health professionals' education. And I used a systematic review through meta synthesis. And these were some of the databases that I got, some of the articles and other publications that enabled me to come up with some of the findings. So on the first objective of how is it that collaborative learning technologies enhance interprofessional learning outcomes, and I saw that they enhance these learning outcomes through simulation and virtual reality, which is usually not the case when you don't use these collaborative learning technologies, because virtual reality has a capability of changing the behaviors of what these health professionals, it helps them to think like health professionals, talk like health professionals, and act like health professionals. And also, access to resources and expertise. There is easy access to resources and expertise. For example, the two students, for example, from Makerere and, for example, John Hopkins University, all of them are using Google Classroom or Moodle, and so they have easier access to experts compared to this other physical, whereby after classroom engagement, they are very busy and finding them is difficult. And so as a result of this collaborative learning technology, there's easier access to resources and expertise. When you come to the second objective also, how is it that it enhances quality assurance? It enhances quality assurance through access and feedback is timely compared to this other physical engagement whereby you are using to interprofessional education. And if it is only physical engagement, you have to wait until, for example, in some programs, internal reviewer, external reviewer, sometimes they take more than 3 months. And assessment and feedback plays a key role in quality assurance. And also standardization. These two categories of people, they do the same exams. And so because the teaching methodology and the platforms are the same, and so it will also help to improve the quality of the service. But I also saw that we should change the debate from collaboration but to coordination, partnerships, and cooperation. What is there in this interprofessional education at Makerere College of Health and others that I was seeing? We have more of partnerships, but we don't have collaboration, coordination, and cooperation. When we talk about collaboration, we talk about working together to achieve goals together. Once we achieve those goals together, we can part ways. But coordination is whereby all of us work separately, and after we work separately, we aim at achieving the best goals together. And when it comes to partnerships, I've not seen currently, it is whereby all these two organizations that are involved in this interprofessional education, for example, Makerere and Kabare, and Busitema, Clark, they agree that they are going to share these profits and losses together as a result of these programs and other programs. But when you talk about cooperation, it means that even after the end of this interprofessional education program, we are going to continue with the engagement. And so I was seeing that in countries where they have accepted technology acceptance model, that is where online learning can work. But these other ones, it's online teaching that is working. And as a result of online teaching, we see that the students are just there. They only receive the education aspect. But when there is truly online learning, it can lead to quality assurance. It can lead to also interprofessional learning outcomes. But when we only, we don't have mindset change, our students don't have mindset change to engage in online learning, but they engage due to other activities. For example, when COVID came, institutions began engaging in online learning, not that they wanted this online learning, but it is the situation that forced them to engage in online learning. And as a result of this, that is why the learning outcomes, even some universities have refused even embracing these collaborative learning technologies until they achieve mindset change, because it's difficult. Even if you tell the students that in the next 2 weeks, you are going to use students of college of nursing and of medicine, we are going to be using Google Classroom or Moodle. They have not yet achieved mindset change, because change is a process. Sometimes it even takes decades for you to achieve change. And as a result of this, it is only technology is only becoming a medium of instruction in these our countries, but it is not enhancing learning outcomes. So for a person to tell you that online learning is taking place, they will be lying to yourself that online learning is taking place. It's not taking place. And also, we should also not focus on learning, as I said yesterday. Let us also focus on how is this online collaborative technologies. Yes, they facilitate education, but how do they facilitate learning? How do they facilitate training? How do they facilitate development? And with this, if we engage in this dialogue, even the simulation and virtual reality that I was talking about, that helps to improve the learning outcomes of these students compared to when it is physical, it will be taking place. But if that is not there, it will only be as a medium of convenience. When another pandemic occurs, we are going to shift back to platforms such as Mwele, Moodle. Not that we wanted, but the circumstances forces us. And that is what is making us to be, not to be like these other developed countries, because for them, they achieved mindset change. But if there is no mindset change, even if you come up and engage in these programs, it will only just be a medium of instructions. The quality assurance that you are talking about, I was asking some of this academics at Muhimbili here in Tanzania 2 years ago, why is it that they don't engage in these collaborative learning technologies? And they were telling me that the regulator has not come up with ways of enhancing quality assurance. And so even the stakeholders are not yet convinced fully that if you come and engage through platforms such as Moodle and Google Classrooms, these students will have more expertise compared to these who have physical engagement in interprofessional education. And I saw that that was one thing. And until we engage the debate of how are we going to ensure collaboration, coordination, partnerships, and cooperation in the use of these collaborative learning technologies, we are not going to achieve these three things that I was talking on: interprofessional education, interprofessional partnerships, and quality assurance, because collaboration only cannot help you, coordination only cannot help you, partnership only cannot help you, and cooperation only cannot help you. And so when you are designing these programs for interprofessional education and you want to use this collaborative learning technologies, you should come up and set the boundaries that with this institution, collaboration, with this institution, coordination, partnership, and cooperation. But we see these days when the universities are engaging in interprofessional education for almost similar related disciplines, for example, clinical medicine and medicine, you are partnering with, for example, Stellenbosch University. Hey, maybe it required partnerships, but for you, you have gone to collaboration and coordination. And so for you to achieve all these three that I talked about, that impact on learning outcomes, quality assurance, and interprofessional coordination, you need to know that for us, this interprofessional education between Makerere and, for example, Clark, it is going to be collaboration. And Kabale, for example, coordination. And Busitema, for example, partnership. At Stellenbosch, for example, cooperation. But once you engage in this interprofessional education without knowing, are we entering into a collaboration? Are we entering into a coordination? Are we entering into a partnership? Or are you entering into a cooperation? You are not, it is not going to have a positive impact, because learning will not have taken place. What will have taken place is only education. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Gotho Gichuru. Let me invite the third expert, Mr. Andrew Peter Chaze, after which we shall have a discussion for about 10 minutes, and then the second set of experts will come on.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. So I'm going to be presenting results from a study we conducted about 3 years ago, where we evaluated online learning that was self-paced with the goal to see if it improved knowledge competencies for both diagnosis and management of hypertension among medical students. And this study was carried out at Makerere. We designed this study on the background that by next year, about 1.5 billion people will be living with hypertension. And hypertension is the most important modifiable risk factor for the leading causes of death globally. That is cardiovascular disease as well as stroke. So we think that if you have a grasp on the diagnosis and management of hypertension, I think you can avert a lot of the morbidity and mortality that comes from it. There was a study by Rogers Haley from Yale in 2014. He was trying to assess the barriers to diagnosis and treatment of hypertension in a rural community. He did find that, yes, there were systemic barriers to early diagnosis and proper treatment of hypertension. But interestingly, he did find that there was poor health provider knowledge and competencies in the diagnosis and treatment of hypertension, which further worsened the picture when added to the systemic barriers. In another study by Katende in 2014, he conducted physical focused educational programs that were meant to teach health workers basics on the diagnosis and treatment of hypertension. And he did find that there was actually significant improvement in the knowledge and skills, as well as the attitudes of the health workers following these focused physical trainings. And we know that in our medical curriculum, at least at the medical school, students will probably be provided with a single lecture on hypertension that may be followed up with day-to-day ward teachings on hypertension, but these are not usually focused for hypertension. So that's why we did this study to see if complementing the classroom and the ward teachings with a more focused online learning platform that was focused for hypertension would improve the knowledge, skills, and attitudes as we had seen in the physical focused programs that Katende had conducted. In addition, we thought that online learning would provide numerous other benefits when compared to the physical learning. For example, in the online learning, it allows you to revisit multiple times the content and grasp these knowledge and competencies. So our major objective, like I've already said, was to evaluate and see the effectiveness, but also the perceived value of an online hypertension course to improve the knowledge competences among medical students. This was a study that was conducted jointly by a team from Johns Hopkins, Resolve to Save Lives, and a team from Makerere University at the College of Health Sciences. We evaluated an online course that had been designed by a multidisciplinary team at Johns Hopkins. The course is still available to date at that link. It's a 6-module course, but for this study, we specifically evaluated module 1 and 2 because those are usually the ones that are having the fundamentals that we thought the medical students required. And module 1 basically involves the epidemiology, the basics that introduce you to the understanding of hypertension, while module 2 is more of a very practical module with lots of videos, with lots of practice sessions on measuring blood pressure, making a diagnosis of blood pressure, and also treatment options for blood pressure. It was a pre-post study design where we measured the differences between the scores on a pre-test versus those on a post-test. We had a sample size of 201 students, randomly sampled, 67 from year 3, 67 from year 4, and 67 from year 5. All our participants were above 18 years. So we had about 5 steps in this study. 1, we sent an email invitation to all the 201 participants that had been selected using a register from the college. And once the participants accepted or gave a positive response to this email, they were then prompted with an online informed consent, which they would sign by selecting that they had accepted to participate in the study. And once they accepted and gave informed consent, they were then sent a link in a separate email that took them to a timed 45-minute knowledge pretest. Once they completed that, they would then get another follow-on email that would send them to a link where they would be able to access the first 2 modules, module 1 and module 2 of the course. And exactly 2 weeks from the time the student would finish the pretest, they would get a follow-up link for, again, a timed 45-minute post-test. So as you can see, we had initially designed to make sure that there was a maximum of 2 weeks between the pre-test and the post-test. But this study was carried out at a unique time where COVID did disturb the flow of the study. And therefore, you will see in my results that we had a number of participants actually go on to have an interval of more than 2 weeks between the pre and post test. And we did allow this to really help us evaluate properly. In the results, notably, what I can say is that about 80% of the students were positive to participate in this. But however, 60% of the selected participants or students are the ones that made it to the finish line of the study. In the baseline characteristics, we had more males than females in the study. I think this is a mirror of the distribution of gender at the medical school, where you find more males are admitted than females. Our mean age was 25 years, and we had more students in year 5 complete the course as compared to the other years. We looked at the length of time between the pre and post. As I had said, this became something very important as we went on in the study. And we significantly found that there was a gender difference in length of time between doing the pre-test and completing the course and the post-test. So the male students actually did spend a significantly less time than the female student. The males on average completed the course in 6.5 weeks, while the females spent 9.7 weeks on average. And there was also a difference, although not statistically significant, between the completion times between the different years, where the year 3s tended to finish the course in a less time compared to, for example, the year 5s or the people who then became graduates by the end of the study. From this table, I will just summarize and say that for all the modules and the topics covered, there was a statistically significant increase in the scores at the post-test, apart from the hypertension diagnosis, which although showed a positive increase, it was not statistically significant. In terms of knowledge scores gained by gender and by year, we did not find that there was a significant difference by gender or by year, although as you can note, the year 3s did the mean increase in scores was about 7 for the year 3s compared to the other years. In the by module, the pre-post scores difference by module, we found that module 2, now if you remember, module 2 was the more practical module, the one that had more scenarios and videos and basically more practical, was done better than the module 1, which is more theoretical, teaches you about the epidemiology of hypertension and etc. And from this graph, we did find that if you completed the course in a less time, you actually did have a higher gain in the scores between the pre and post, which probably speaks to the fact that for an online learning course that is self-paced like this one, you probably need to repeat the course probably more than once because there may be issues related to a longer time from the time you did the course. And on a multivariate analysis, we did find that the predictors for an improved score were majorly 2 of them. If one have said, if you had a shorter interval, less than 4 weeks between the pre-test and the post-test, but also if you had a good pre-test score, it also predicted that you would have a higher post score. We also collected some student perspectives on the course. And I must say that nearly 99% of the students actually did rate the course either good or excellent. And again, about 99% of them did either strongly agree or agree that the course met its primary objective, which was to increase the knowledge and skill competencies to both diagnose and treat hypertension. And on the right, we did also collect other perspectives of how the course could be improved and what modules or topics were of high interest. And that, as you can see, of high interest was blood pressure management and blood pressure measurement and hypertension management. So in summary, the baseline low scores that we noted in this study actually do underline the fact that we probably need to augment our usual physical or ward teachings about hypertension with an online course. So given the results that we saw from this study, we think that augmenting our usual learning with an online training can actually improve knowledge and skill competencies for management of hypertension. And also, we were happy because this study further provided more evidence that online learning is possible in our setting, even amidst the challenges, for example, we had during the COVID pandemic. But there needs to be further investigation, and we must admit we didn't really delve deep into this. For example, the gender differences in completion need to be further investigated. Could there be underlying factors that if you rolled out a full-scale program like this, would there be underlying key factors that may affect the different genders? And of course, we cannot turn a deaf ear to the challenges that most of the students did report, although this was not structured to be collected data during the study, but we noted that most of the students reported unreliable internet connections, expensive internet connections, to have been the reasons as to why they were unable to complete the course within the initially structured 2 weeks. I would like to thank Dr. Robert Kaliosfula that led the team from Makerere University, Professor Matt Schutter that led the team from Johns Hopkins, and as well as the Resolve to Save Lives team that both provided funding, but also a lot of technical support to this study. Thank you.
So thank you, our experts. Another round of applause for our experts. Yes, we have about 8 minutes for questions, and we have our 3 experts. Ms. Florence Githinji talked about e-learning and project-based learning and how it enhanced the attainment of learning outcomes regarding the different projects that learners were doing, and they were being guided and supported online. Mr. Gichuru has talked about collaborative learning technologies and how the platforms can be used to support collaboration among institutions, and was emphasizing the fact that as we enter into working with others, we have to ask ourselves whether it's a collaboration, is it a cooperation, is it a coordination, and also build strong partnerships, and of course using the different platforms. And Mr. Chaze has presented, given us some highlights on how online learning can support knowledge and support learning, that where we have learners studying face-to-face, and there's probably a parallel online short course that can complement what they study online. That can, again, help learners attain learning outcomes. They can get knowledge from this short course, but as well complement what they study in their regular face-to-face classes. So that's what our experts have presented. Maybe we can have comments from colleagues, if you have any questions from the audience, please, we have 2, 3, 4, 5, then we shall close.
I'm Els Chiguli Malwade. Thank you very much for those beautiful presentations. I really enjoyed them. I would like to thank Dr. Chaze for that research that you did, and it was really well executed. My question is about the course modules. You have a link I will look at, but now I haven't looked at it yet. I'd like to know whether you adopted it fully or made any adaptations, because I'm wondering if the epidemiology for hypertension in the US is similar to that here, and some of the things that could be different for our learners here. Because sometimes the challenge is that those courses, some of them are really just for the context of the Western world. And when we adopt them like they are, sometimes we have challenges. So I wonder if you took that into consideration. Another short one is why you had chosen 2 weeks at the beginning. And was this part of their formative assessment? Because I'm really, I was really surprised about the uptake, which was really a good percentage of 80%. And we know that, of course, if it was a part of their formative assessment, that could have been the drive for them engaging in this exercise. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentations, all very interesting. I think, Florence, you have shown that even projects which are done in the field can be enhanced or understood better if there is a link to an online platform where people can discuss, share experiences. And I think that is something that we can take, because a lot of competencies can be acquired. Teaching, learning, cooperation, collaboration, and all that. My comment is that in Uganda, I think we are different stages, because some of these online platforms were there even before COVID, Moodle and others. And as you said, it's a process. I hope we shall be there to learn how to use these online platforms for learning. And I think if the learning experiences are well constructed, then students can learn, and we may not only get teaching. Lastly, the hypertension module, very interesting. My comment is that still the design, if we can use ICT or online, not online, is it online e-learning to enhance what we are doing, so that the one lecture of hypertension, students can have a number of things they can do on the online platforms that we have to do more reading, but also to practice so that they get other competencies, especially application. I think it can enhance what we are doing, so that we don't have very many online courses, because the topics are many. We may not be able to have online courses for each of the important topics, but using ICT or e-learning to support what we teach and do on the wards can actually enhance learning. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. So we have 3. Yeah.
Thank you. I'd like to address 2 questions to Mr. Gichuru. The first one is, you seem to make huge claims that I wonder whether they're objective or subjective. So how do you address reflexivity in your research? And then the second question was, if you're talking about different definitions of collaboration and partnership, how does this affect learning in different ways? How is learning different in a collaboration when compared to learning in a partnership? Is there a significant difference? If we define the words differently, how does it directly affect learning? Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Bill. To comment on Dr. Chaze's presentation on the self-paced online learning about hypertension, I think it's a good study. However, I was impressed again, surprised actually with the response rate. It looks like there was no direct physical interaction between the researcher and the study population. So they simply communicated strictly online via email. Now, this is not just even in Africa, even worldwide. Responses to research studies sent via email are really very low. But in this case, for medical students who are actually a busy population, they had a high response rate. So I'm curious to know how you did the magic. Then the second question, the students did the post-test at different times. Now, these are students that are actually studying together, and there's a post-test they are doing. So my presumption is they could have sat down as a group because they're in the same class, and they do the post-test together. That's just something to think about. I don't know what your thoughts would be on that. Thanks.
Yes, and finally.
Thank you very much. Actually, I will agree with Mr. Ngodo. I know most of the members will not agree. When we look at collaboration, partnership, and coordination, I am very sure, and I will agree with him, it cannot take place. For the fact that from pre-primary up to high school, we teach self-efficiency. In a way, a teacher walks in the classroom with papers hidden for the summative assessment. And then you encourage these learners to hide, sit alone, and produce your own matter. And you even go ahead to cane them because somebody shared with another person. So you are not teaching collaboration, you're not teaching coordination, you're not teaching project-based learning from nursery to high school. Now here you find a professor who has gone through the same system, and he also or she wants to change these people in 2, 3, or 5 years to work on projects, coordinate, and collaborate. It will not work, not until when we changed from pre-primary teaching the same thing going forward. The other thing is, how do you also expect people to teach things they have not learned? It goes back to pedagogy. Not until when we've taken back everyone to teach them how to deliver the content online. And also, if you don't share the course outcomes from the start of the course, then the learning will not take place. It's only teaching that will take place. And when we are teaching online, the worst thing is people drop their content, they come, teach, and disappear. Then they come back on another Thursday and they do the same thing. Then learning will not take place. So once you share the course outcome and you tell these people that what we expect to do is you do a project, you will do this and that, then they will know. Then my last question goes to Mr. Chaze. You ended with a statement that said people shared, of course, difficulties with internet access and all that. These will be there as long as we are in third world countries or developing countries. They will continue to be there. But have you provided alternatives? Because even me forgetting my password, that is a problem. That is It's not based on the lecturer or the teacher. It is my problem. It's not internet. I've forgotten my password. That means I'll not be able to learn. So as long as we want to be there, we need to move gradually. So provide alternatives so that if I don't manage this, I can use the other. So let's move gradually. Then one day or the other day, we shall be there. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for those comments. I don't know, I see the microphone is this side, but we can still respond in the same way we presented. So maybe begin with Ms. Gichuru first, then we shall go to.
Thank you, Dr. Mine was an applause from Professor Chiguli, and I appreciate that. And when I go to my colleague, I know he'll explain about learning. And I believe from my presentation, when we do the project-based learning, when it is more student-centered, we are enhancing the learning and that collaboration. And if we adopt such methods, the self-based online learning, and also something like simulations, and also the project-based learning, then we shall move towards from the primary and collaborated learning to more of the collaborative learning. Thank you. I didn't have question. I hope people are understood. Thank you.
We did. Thank you, Ms. Florence Githinji. I think Mr. Gichuru.
Yes, thank you, Professor. I'd like to come up with a suggestion as we go forward. When you are designing another project of HEPI, don't also include these other elements of teaching, learning, training, and development. It will be a holistic. Also, I was asked regarding the issue of reflexivity. If I had engaged in primary data, I would have come up, for example, with reflexive journal, peer debriefing, but I ensured reflexivity through critical self-reflection. And also, regarding the other comment, how do you expect people to teach things that they have not learned? This is because the concept of mindset change has not yet fully taken place. If you go to example, Levin's theory of change, where we have unfreezing, freezing, and refreezing, currently the facilitators and institutions have not reached the last stage of refreezing. And also the other question of learning in collaboration versus learning in partnerships. How is it different? I will say that all partnerships, for example, require collaboration, but not all collaborations require partnerships. So if you are designing interprofessional education, for example, between Makerere University and Johns Hopkins, to be teaching, for example, Bachelor of Medicine and Surgery students at Makerere, they share some of the modules, for example, those with clinical medicine at Johns Hopkins. Are you entering in this as a result of cooperation? Is it as a result of collaboration? Is it as a result of partnerships? But we see that these days people just call collaboration and, for example, it's coordination. So you can't just enter into partnerships or cooperation without factoring in various key variables. It might be student characteristics and other variables. So it should be scientific when you're deciding that when designing this interprofessional education for this institution based on these variables, it will be collaboration. For these others, based on this, for example, intervening variables, it will be coordination. This one, it will be partnership. This one, it will be cooperation. But if you don't do that, online learning will not take place. What will take place is online teaching. And also, if the technology acceptance model is not yet fully appreciated by all those involved, it will just be a waste of time using these collaborative learning technologies. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. We have Mr. Chaze.
Thank you very much for all the questions. I'm happy. I'll begin with Professor Elsie and about adaptation. So this course was designed by the Johns Hopkins teams, but it was actually designed for low middle income countries. So even at design stage, they had already drafted it to be used in settings like ours. So it's not so foreign as one may imagine. Then we used the 2 weeks because initially when we started the study, it was during the semester. So we initially used 2 weeks because we wanted to limit the loss to follow up, because as if you allow a lot of time, then students get caught up with so many other things, and the loss to follow up would be so immense, would not allow us to meet our outcomes. And it was so clear in the informed consent form that this was not part of their assessment for their usual learning. So it did. And if you noted in my flow, the response rate was measured at the point before concept, just the person either saying, I'm willing to participate or not, before even they sign the informed consent. And maybe I should just answer the question on the good response rate at the same point. And I must say it also did surprise us as well. Given our culture, we were initially so worried being fully online. But I must say, we did have contact with the students, but only at follow-up to get them to do their post-test. And we did not have any additional interventions to make sure that they responded to the emails. About the post-test being done together as a group, we cannot rule that out, although I must say the tail end of the study was mostly during the COVID lockdowns and etc. So we want to imagine that most of the participants were actually on their own, but we can't really rule that out. And regarding the challenges, I think I just wanted to be clear that although this showed benefit, I think on a full-scale rollout, you would need to consider so many other challenges that may be underlying or that maybe affect the progress or outcomes of a course like this. Hence, highlighting the challenges that the participants relate to us. Otherwise, thank you.
Thank you so much, colleagues. Can you give a round of applause to our dear panelists? Thank you so much. I'll now request you to resume your seats, and then I hand over to my co-moderator, Dr. Ian Navi, to handle the next panel of experts. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We are moving into a high gear, into artificial intelligence mainly, and something on COVID. Do I have my panelists here today? Elizabeth, Kennedy, and Essene. 1, 2. I expect a third hand. Please come up. Please come up. The third hand is hiding somewhere behind there. Please come up. Please come up. Please come up. I know some of you are presenting about AI, but I want real people, not virtual people. So please come up. So Elizabeth, is your presentation up? Just prepare to start. As Kennedy? Kennedy? Okay, all right, good. Sit. Just have a seat. So thank you very much. So we're going to the next session. We have two AI presentations and something on post-COVID across the globe. So we're global, which is nice. So Elizabeth, over to you.
Okay, thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. Protocol observed. Elizabeth Ajalo, I'm a clinician doctor. I recently graduated from Busitema University, and I'm going to present you this amazing work that was under the supervision of Professor David. The title is The Widespread Use of ChatGPT and Other Artificial Intelligence Tools Among Medical Students in Uganda. So I think we've all had AI, but AI is artificial intelligence, and it's basically the simulation of human intelligence processes by machines. So I'd like to introduce to you it was 2022 when OpenAI, allow me use AI, say AI artificial. So in November 2022, OpenAI launched an AI-powered chat box called ChatGPT. And ChatGPT is Chat Generative Pre-trained Transformer. And this has become the fastest growing user application in history, with around 100 million users just 2 months after its launch. And you find that within its first year, it registered about 14.6 billion visits. Yeah. So unlike other internet user applications, this ChatGPT is a 175 billion parameter natural language processing model that uses deep learning algorithms. So you find that these algorithms are trained on vast amounts of data. And with this, it's able to generate human-like texts like essays, manuscripts, abstracts, PowerPoint presentations, and the like. So with this, we have seen that it has potential to transform medical education, and it has introduced new challenges, threats, and opportunities in the medical field. So our objectives of this study were to assess the use of ChatGPT and other AI tools among medical students in Uganda. And with this, it helped us answer certain research questions that we had. One, what are the common AI tools used by these students? And then what is the proportion of medical students that are using ChatGPT and other AI tools? And then what are these AI tools actually being used for? And then what factors are associated with the use of the AI tools among these medical students? So when we go to methods, our study design, this was a descriptive cross-sectional study, and it was carried out from the 1st of November 2023 to the 20th of December. And it was carried out in 4 medical schools of public universities, that is Busitema University, we have Makerere University, Gulu University, and Mbarara University of Science and Technology. So with this, our participants were recruited by stratified random sampling, and the different various data, we were able to use a semi-structured questionnaire. It was a COBO tool. And with this, our outcome variable was what is the use of AI, the AI tools. So we analyzed this data descriptively using the Stata version 17.0. And we had to use the modified Poisson regression analysis to find the association between the use of the AI tools and the various exposures. So when you go to the results, go forward. First of all, about 564 medical students participated. And you'll wonder what, medical schools offer different courses. But with this, we measured on those offering bachelors of human medicine and surgery in these universities. And we found that 564 students participated, but almost all had ever heard of AI and the various tools. That's about 93%. And then about 72.2% had ever used AI tools. Yeah. And we can see here from our graph, the most commonly used AI tool was ChatGPT. And then we have the progressing ones. There's Bard AI at 6.9. We had Bing AI at 11.5. Snapchat 14.9. Desktop AI, Right Sonic AI, Clap AI, Jasper AI, Killbot, and other AIs. So when we come to the use, we had academic users and non-academic users. So the academic users that were most commonly among these medical students, we had that most of them were using them to complete assignments. Yeah. And aside from completing assignments, at 55.5%, 39.9% were using them to prepare tutorials. Others, 34.8% were using them to prepare for exams. And we have others, research writing, letter writing, we have transcription, PowerPoint generation, clinical decision making, proofreading, preparation of guidelines, replying emails, summarizing information. And then when we got to the non-academic users of AI tools among these medical students, most of them, at 9.2%, were using them as personal assistants, okay? Then we have the 5.5% that were using them for counseling and emotional support. And then we have 3.5% for spiritual growth. So I could just go through the other non-academic uses. We had recreation, companionship, learning new skills, art and design, making videos, and others. So when we answer the last, which is factors associated with the use of ChatGPT and these other AI tools, we found that the older students, by older in the category of 35 to 46 years, were 31% less likely to use these AI tools compared to the younger ones below 35. And we can see this with the significance, adjusted prevalence ratio, 0.69 at 95% confidence interval, 0.62 and 0.76. Then we had students in Makerere University who were 66% more likely to use AI tools compared to those in Gulu. And yes, we can argue that urbanicity and urban areas tend to develop more exposure to its technology and the like. So in conclusion, the use of ChatGPT and other AI tools was widespread among medical students in Uganda. And we've seen that our AI tools were used for both academic and non-academic purposes. And then we've also seen that the younger students were more likely to use AI tools compared to the older students. And here we could argue that probably there's a fixed mindset with the older students into integrating or embracing these new forms of technology. And also it could go back to the creators of this, novel technology. Probably they don't consider the older population when they're formulating these technologies. Then we've also seen that Makerere University students were 66% more likely to use AI tools compared to Gulu. So our recommendations, as well as the take-home message, is there is need for AI training programs in our institutions, and this would help to empower older students with the essential skills for the digital age. And also, educators need to know that students are actually using AI in learning. They are. And therefore, there's need to adjust their way of teaching and probably setting of exams suit this reality. Then our research has given evidence. Yeah, we have data, and it has given evidence to the existing voices calling for regulatory frameworks for the use of AI in learning, in medical learning, because in low and middle income countries, it has been shown that we don't have any regulatory frameworks for this use. Abroad, the studies in Germany, New Zealand, Canada, the students, medical students, and as well as China, the medical students are using AI in learning, and it's regulated. So we hope could have certain policies. So in acknowledgement, this study was fully supported by HEPI. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have the next presenter. But even as you come to sit down, and please go ahead, Kennedy, as you go up, a question to you as you think to come the discussion. But for me, I'm thinking that this thing may replace us. So I'll need you to comment about that. It's going to replace us. But over to you, Kennedy, please. Start your presentation. Yes, you can begin.
Thank you so much. Protocol observed.
You don't have slides?
Slides are here.
Oh,
but
they are somewhere
presenting.
hidden in AI. It's an AI morning.
All right. By the names of Pangoli Kenneth and I am a intern from Ustema University. And all right. Thank you. I'm a intern from Ustema University, and I am here to tell us about the medical students' experiences with ChatGPT and other artificial intelligence language tools in education. This is a qualitative study. Yeah. So the previous speaker has introduced us a lot about artificial intelligence, and I may not repeat so much what she has said, but ideally, this is the qualitative bit of the study. So this artificial intelligence, it's actually used in, it has a potential for its use in medical education. Yes, it's being used especially in high-income countries. An example in case is this AI, it was able to pass near the threshold in that exam of the United States medical licensing exam. They just copy questions, they put into ChatGPT, and it passed these exams. What does it mean? It means that it has potential for its application in medical education. However, we do not have regulations and policies to guide its use. Therefore, we came up with a number of questions. What could be the role of this AI in medical education? And what are the experiences these students face with the use of these AI tools? And what are the opportunities and the limitations associated with its use? And then finally, what are some of the strategies these students have to suggest if we are to incorporate this AI into medical education? So this was a qualitative study. It was among medical students. Here, medical students, we meant medicine, nursing, and anesthesia students at Ipstema University. Data was collected qualitatively. We did focus group discussions and then in-depth interviews. So we conducted 5 focus group discussions, having 8 to 10 participants, and then we had 7 in-depth interviews. A total of about 50 students participated in the study. Yes, we collected this data by recorded interviews, and it was analyzed by thematic content analysis. We used Atlas TI to organize our data, and we obtained ethical approval from Sema University Research Ethics Committee. So in our result section, we have seen that we had a total of 50 students participating in this study, and we had 5 content areas majorly. The roles of this AI among students in medical education, the experiences for use of this AI among medical students, the advantages associated with its use, the limitations, and then the strategies for responsible use of this AI. So what's the role of this AI in medical education? So these students were using AI, majorly, many of them used ChatGPT plus others, but a majority of them used ChatGPT. And the users were academic and then non-academic. Academic users, students used these AI tools to complete assignments. They preferred getting the assignment questions the way they are given to them, and they paste it in ChatGPT because they say it is more specific. When you take the question the way it is, it will give you better answers than if you just ask it. So they preferred using it for completing assignments. If it's a long case, they will copy the whole of it and they put it in the AI, and it will give better responses than if you go there to start looking for, to start searching for things separately. And they also used it for tutorials. Yes, so at tutorials, here they were like, the medical students reported that artificial intelligence, it used to give them, especially when they are caught up by time, it gives them those quick points when they have to go and discuss. You have 10 objectives. You have to have a clue about each of them. So they used to visit these AI tools to give them information for them to be able to also contribute in tutorials. And then also in research. In research, they majorly mentioned drafting these different sections of their proposals. They stated that you mention your topic and the objectives you have, and it can draft for you some sections of your proposal. Like, for example, it used to draft for them a background, or it used to draft for them like the literature review. They described that for literature review, it was better at giving them different sections. Like how can I divide my literature review? It used to give them those sections of a literature review. However, when it came to looking for content to feed in, they used to visit other sources because ChatGPT, particularly the one they use most, doesn't give references, at least the version they have. They described that they have the paid version and then the free version. The free version doesn't give references. These students also use these AIs in examination preparation. They said that towards exam, you don't have enough time to read the textbooks, and these AIs can give you summarized information. So they use these AIs for preparation for exam. And then lastly, as a tutor, they describe AI, especially ChatGPT, that its responses are simple, they are easy to understand. So they visit these AIs when there is a concept they have not understood in a lecture. They go to ChatGPT and it explains to them, and they found themselves understanding information from AI even easier to understand than from the tutor, because it explains in a simple way. Yeah. They also described some non-academic uses of these AIs. One of them was new skills, like when they want to learn skills like computer skills, they use this artificial intelligence. Another one was counseling. They described that medical school is full of stress. So when they have had a long day in the evening, you can go to ChatGPT and you chat with it, because you chat with it like you're chatting with a person. So you can tell it how your day has gone and it responds, and it be like, sometimes that's how life can be. Like when they chat with this artificial intelligence, they feel comfortable and it can relieve them of their stress they have had during the day. And they also mentioned using it for graphics, like developing posters, banners. They use AIs for this. And then lastly, composition. Okay, composition, I meant composing letters, curriculum vitae. Like you want to write a letter to, let's say, to a district health officer. They describe that they go to ChatGPT and they feed in the information they want, they have, and it gives them, and they just edit a few things. Yes. So what are some of the experiences these students went through using this AI? First, most of them reported that they learned ChatGPT. Many of them learned about these AI tools from friends, family, some from their lecturers, and some described that they used to learn they heard about it from online platforms. In Google, they search and they bring for you an option of using an artificial intelligence, and when you accept, you use it. So the interaction with AI, students described that the response of AI, it is tailored, it gives tailored response. They described it as you feel like you're conversing with a person. They describe that you can ask a question, and then it gives you a reference, an answer. You can ask the next question referring to the above question. So their responses are tailored, and they describe them as conversation-like response. So they felt comfortable getting information from AI compared to other sources. And then they also described that AI, it is their learning. It made their learning process easy because it enabled them to understand concepts which they had not understood from classroom. And also it made their searching of information very easy. They described that instead of taking 2 hours to look for something from different sources, they would just visit AI and they get that information within 5 minutes. And then also they described the information from artificial intelligence that it's clear. It does not use complicated terms. It brings out its information in the simplest way. And then lastly, its information is summarized. It doesn't they described that it does not give a lot of irrelevant things. It gives you what you want. Yeah. However, students had described some limitations and fears toward this AI use. Students, they noted that some information from these AI tools, it can give some wrong information. When probed further, they said that to rate, if they can just rate, they said about 80% of information is correct. The other 20% might be incorrect. So they describe this AI as not being so accurate, so it gives some wrong information. And they also said that the free versions of it is not as good as the premium version. So they feel like they are lacking out, like they are missing out on the paid version. They feel like they are getting the substandard, and that's a limitation to them. They feel like they are using the free version, which is not giving them the best. And then they also say that the information from AI, it's not comprehensive enough. Students described that the AI explains like as if it's explaining to a layperson, in quotes. Like it does not give those terms which make someone feel like, yeah, I've read a topic and I've gone deep into it. It's not comprehensive to give them the best. So it only gives a clue about a topic to give them a snapshot, but it does not really make them dive deep into the topic. Yes, so they felt that that's a limitation. And then they also noted that some lecturers are negative about artificial intelligence use. Of note, many of them said that they are using it at the back of the lecturers to the extent that they perceive it as illegal. So as students, they described that they could use an AI to get information, but when they're in a tutorial, they will say that I've used, let's say, Guyton, because that's what the lecturer wants to hear. So they feel like they're using it at the back of the lecturers. They feel like it is giving them what they want, but the lecturers are not liking it. So they don't know, they see that as a challenge. And then they also have some fears towards this AI use. One is that it reduces creativity. Like when someone is given a task, they will not even think. They describe that they will just go to AI and they ask AI and to answer them like as if another person is answering you. So their creativity is going to be reduced and they are going to become lazy. Yeah. And then also they describe that ChatGPT could facilitate cheating. They described cheating in assignments and in exams. Yeah. When they describe that sometimes, just like we had said, right? Let me summarize. A student will just take things into AI and they give them the responses. And they also had fears of producing incompetent graduates and then privacy issues. They felt like they share a lot of information with this AI. They're not sure of whether that information is going to be kept private. Yeah, lastly, students suggested some strategies for responsible use of this AI. Yes, they had suggestions to the university, and they suggested that a policy should be developed to guide the AI use and this one must start by training lecturers and students about the use of these tools. And then also, they also suggested that the university can also support them to access the premium version so that they get the best. And then also students should be involved in developing these guidelines about AI use. To the lecturers, students suggest that lecturers have nothing to do other than embracing AI because it has come. They will not remove it from the search engines. So they'll just have to embrace it because they are the ones to guide the students after embracing them, because they will not guide the students about something they don't know. Yes, so they should embrace it and they guide the students. And then also to change the assessment strategy, they suggest that lecturers can set practical-based questions so that it may be hard for a student to get answers from AI directly. And then to the fellow students, they suggest that they triangulate information. They search from many sources, not only from that AI. And then also they should maintain human touch, the information they get. When they get information from AI, they should first pass through and change it as. Yeah, in conclusion, medical students are using these AIs both for academic and then non-academic. However, they are using it in hiding, in quotes, at the back of their lecturers. They don't know what next. They don't know whether it's allowed or not, and yet it's there, you're using it. So they feel like they are they are using something which is not allowed and they don't know what next. Therefore, we suggest that a structured curricula should be developed and policies to guide and prepare these medical students towards responsible use of these AI tools. Yeah, so we'd like to acknowledge HEPI for the support for this project. I would also like to acknowledge Professor David Mkunya, who is the overall supervisor of this study. Thank you so much.
Good morning. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Okay. So I'm a little less anxious this morning. Yesterday I had lots of my teachers here, so I was not sure how I was going to share, but I don't see a lot of them here, so the anxiety is down. Yeah, my name is Ina Essien. I am Nigerian. I studied here in Uganda, and I work with Equal Health, where I am the teaching and learning coordinator for the Global Health in the Local Context course, which we teach every year. And I would just be presenting a narrative paper that my colleagues and I wrote about navigating online learning post-COVID-19 in social medicine education across Uganda, Haiti, and USA. So this is the outline of my presentation. I'll just give a background of the paper and just still 1 minute to talk about our organization. I'll share about what the problem was, what we did, and what our outcomes were, and a summary. So yeah, traditionally, when we teach health professionals, we tend to focus more on biology and behavior. And I was telling Professor I met yesterday, one of the most amazing papers I've read, and it's nice to meet you, Professor Chiguli, is your paper on competencies. And we talk about all these amazing competencies that we expect, medical knowledge, critical care, clinical skills, patient care, but we don't talk about how social conditions, economic conditions, and political conditions affect patient outcomes. And so Equal Health initiated a social medicine class in Uganda, across Uganda, Haiti, and America in 2010. But this was largely an in-person class. And what we do at Equal Health is to immerse learners in the study of health equity. How can we make health equitable for all? And also let them know the social determinants of health, the political determinants of health, and the economic determinants of health. But beyond just having this knowledge, how can we become leaders who create change? And we have a very simple pedagogical philosophy, and we call it the 3 Ps: personal, praxis, partnership. And we strongly believe that every knowledge has to move to action. And this knowledge moves to action when people spend time to critically reflect on the knowledge that has been given. And so our learning is highly reflective. It's also based on collaboration, and it is learner-centered. Sorry, I'm laughing. I know there was a lot of collaboration and reflection early in the morning and the need to define what these things are. But yeah, so for critical reflection, we want our students to think about their personal experiences with power, with privilege, with race, with class, with their abilities, with their gender. We just want people to think about how all of these things, affect who they are and what they can do and where they find themselves. That's just a snapshot of a global class that was held. So usually we have these in-person classes. Before COVID, this was in Gulu, Uganda. And like you can see on the slide, we are dedicated to the pursuit of health equity for all through critical consciousness and movement building. And I thought it was important to just have an operational definition of what critical consciousness is. So it's a pedagogy coined by Paulo Freire, a Brazilian educator. And it's one's ability to act on their socio-political environment, and 3 broad stages are involved. Like I mentioned earlier, critical reflection, but then moving from reflection, we want people to be motivated and then take action. and address injustices, that they face, and these injustices which creates barriers to health equity and attaining health equity in their various environments. Just move on. Those were students who graduated in 2021, and you can see they're asking, like, we tell them, come up with something, like, what's your takeout from this course? And Davis was here yesterday, and he said treat grassroots courses both boost health outcomes. So what was the problem? The pandemic required us to reevaluate our cost structure for safety and for continuity. And we needed to adapt our cost structure to ensure an uninterrupted education amidst the various pandemic challenges that were happening during that time. And so what do? We had a transnational faculty meeting where a group of social medicine educators across Haiti, Uganda, and America. And so we had these transnational faculty meetings, and we devised an adaptive education strategy. We have a global curriculum, but then we were asking ourselves, how do we tailor this curriculum to apply to everyone in their different localities? And so we also had weekly country-specific meetings that were tailored to our context, that's across Uganda and Haiti and America. And we finally designed a hybrid online approach, which would utilize both in-person and online learning. And we had to follow, especially in 2020, 2021, we had to follow strict SOPs for in-person meetings, but we used Canvas platform for most of our online learning experiences. It could be both synchronous, which meant everyone was learning at the same time, or it could be asynchronous. And here are outcomes. The word COIL there means collaborative online international learning. So we had a transnational course that lasted over 12 weeks, connecting students from across Haiti, Uganda, and USA. And students applied to this course centrally, and interviews were conducted locally. That's how we moved on to accept students into the program. And then we made sure that praxis there is, again, like, how do we act, like more like the actions we took. So we had 4 transnational sessions that were focused on key health themes, and this included just defining what social medicine is, talking about narrative medicine and how and why it is important, but also global solidarity. COVID did teach us one thing, that we need global solidarity. Even as we solve our health programs locally, we need to make sure that we are solving it together. So we also we put in a lot of effort to make sure that we had action learning projects that were addressing pertinent local health challenges. Because at Equal Health, it's very important to us that we move beyond knowledge and take action. And sometimes change is seen as something big that needs to happen, but we believe that change starts from very small places. And so we always push our students, our participants, to see what they can change around them. And we have an interesting pedagogy that I would be more than willing to share next year, and we call it Walk the Talk. But yeah, so in summary, here's what we did. We reimagined social medicine education, but for global context, post-COVID, and we've successfully implemented this in 2021, 2022, and 2023, and we're hoping to continue with that even as we move to, even as we consider going back to our in-person classes. And here's what we think. We think that transnational approaches enhance understanding of health disparities in local context, but also in global context. And we also believe strongly that collaborative efforts are vital for addressing complex health challenges. And when I said start early, I believe that if we begin collaborating, someone said that from primary school, we teach students to be selfish. And so if as educators, we can start teaching people to be collaborative early, I think we can address more of our health challenges. And I just put this just to say, Happy Rocks, it's my first time here, and I hope it's not my last time. So yeah, so Thank you very much. If you have any questions, you can visit our website. And yeah, social medicine means strengthening communities with critical consciousness. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We have Roy. I need to eat about 10 minutes into your session. I hope that's okay. There's already a hand up. How many hands do we have? I want to see how much time I can. Okay, 1, 2. Oh, there are many. Okay. All right. Please, let's have the mic running around. Note the questions as they come to you.
Thanks.
Of course, the chairman's questions are also there, but
sorry, mine is not a question, it's a compliment. Thank you very much for those beautiful presentations. And to Sitema, I'm really impressed because you kind of answered my recommendations that I made yesterday at my presentations, that the research across institutions, across the region, across disciplines, and of course, ICT, using ICT. So you are really, really responding to that. And all your presentations, even your PowerPoint, I don't know whether you used AI, but your PowerPoint presentations were beautiful to look at. So it's just a compliment. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much. Nabacha Oliver Nora from Clark International University. Indeed, those were good presentations. Thank you so much. And there are many lessons learned from the presentations, especially those that are made about AI. But we are threatened as lecturers. Yes. We need to get a way of improving, especially the way we set exams. So then the question is, how efficient is AI when it is used during the clinical placement by the medical students? And to us, all of us, especially the lecturers and the teachers, so is it still useful to set or to give theoretical exams? Because like each question you set, they'll go and get the answers. Unless when you make an effort that students enter the examination room without those gadgets. Thank you so much.
Okay, let's go around. Back there, yes. Shall come back to. Keep your question short. I've been given 5 minutes, so I'm trying to maximize.
Thank you very much. I would like to appreciate the members from Busitema. I've always told the people that let students use AI. Why do you stop them? What they have done, you also go and do it as the professor. So you cannot stop these people from using it. They will use it like the way they put it, that they will continue using it. So what you do, like what we've been talking about here in the morning, allow them to use. Let them come and defend what they have given you. So we need to run away from the other system of bringing questions and you want to test whether somebody crammed. And if you brought back the same papers after a week, the person who got a 9, you will be surprised that that person is getting a 20. So allow them to use, but invite them to defend. So why are you fearing that AI is going to replace humans? It will never. There is even quantum computing that is going to come after AI. So AI will never replace. So because if you remember, those days it was go to the library, read a book, come and answer. We moved to the search engines. Now we've forgotten about them. Now there is AI and quantum computing is going to come at the same time. So let's just embrace technology and as we move on. That's what I can say on that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The mic can stay behind there. Let's finish the back, then we come back to Bill. Bill will be the last one. So let's finish the back, then we come forward. And then, yes, I'll have this side as well. Then I close.
All right, thank you very much. I just want to be answered. As we teach the students, we try to teach them how to think critically. But now with the coming of the artificial intelligence, is it still relevant for us to teach critical thinking to the students? Thank you very much.
Okay, we got the back, then we come this way, and then Bill will be last. Back, and we go this way. There are two hands here. Then
Good
Bill is the
morning,
last person.
everyone.
And have somebody
My
back.
name is Nina Amtuhere. I'm a student at Makerere University. Recently, I engaged in an online course under African Leadership Academy. The course is called AI-Enabled Career Essentials. And from it, it's a 6-week-long course. And from it, I learned that there is very much need to train in the use of AI tools, for example, ChatGPT. We may assume that we know how to, for example, give questions in order to receive responses, but that is a very big challenge. We find that even the critical thinking skills are begin to deteriorate simply because someone just gives a random question without putting certain things into consideration. So I think it's very important that there is investment in skilling in the use of ChatGPT. And then the question that I have to our panelists is, how is the augmentation possible of the use of these AI tools and the skilling along with the courses that are very rigorous? Because this course, for example, that I took part in is 6-week long, but the course modules are extremely rigorous. They need time along with a course, for example, like medicine and surgery. So how is that augmentation possible given the rigorous nature of all these? Thank you.
Thank you. We come this way. Let's have Florence first. Florence.
Thank you, the presenters. I come in the perspective of QA and a recommendation there. These days we have very aggressive plagiarism check software. Currently we are using Drillbit, which gives the percentage of AI. So you can add it as your recommendation when you're preaching this, because we are not going to move away from this. Just a recommendation to maintain and avoid plagiarism.
Okay. I'll have this gentleman here. Where's the mic? Then the mic behind can come to Bill. Then I come to the front here.
Yes, thank you so much. My comment is on ChatGPT, one of the AIs. We recently got a grant from Makerere University Research and Innovation Fund. We are working in collaboration with Professor Josephine Nabukenya. We are trying to holistically evaluate large language models like ChatGPT. And one of the things in our preliminary results we are beginning to see is they lack the sense of culture. There are cultural practices in the way we do things, the way we approach persons, the way we treat, the way we are. That culture is the one missing. And we are developing what we call prompt engineering. How exactly do you pose a question to ChatGPT so that you get the result which is culturally acceptable in your setting or contextually acceptable in your setting? We pray that in the next conference of this nature, we shall be invited and we'll have now actual results. We are even using UNINEB exams, the examinations for nurses and midwives. We are picking sample questions from there and actually giving this to ChatGPT to answer. And then we prompt it in another way and so on. And we see how correctly it answers. Just as a comment. Thank you so much.
Okay. I think I'll stop there. I know there are many hands, but I've overshot. Bill, your comment, then I come to the panelists. The response I've been noting down.
Thanks.
You'll have to pick them and highlight. Okay, Bill, quickly.
Thank you. Just a quick one.
Very quick.
So to Elizabeth and Kennedy, if a student walked up to you right now as is and asked, should I use the AI tools to aid my learning? I just want to know what your individual, not research findings, but your individual opinion would be. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Over to my panel. I know there are questions online, but I'm not seeing them. There's a hand that has gone down. Okay. As you guys think, or should we get the online question? Edward, can you read that question, or can it come quickly? Online question, if it's there. Professor Chiguli is going to read it for us, okay?
I'll read the question online, but I really want to say that we have another session before break and request that the responses take very little time. We can continue chatting. Oh, so the question online was or is, what is it? I've forgotten it. So what are the learning opportunities? What learning opportunities are available and how can we exploit, but also regulate the use of AI in medical education?
So, who wants to go first? Okay, please, very briefly.
All right. Thank you so much for the wonderful questions and comments. I will say that majority of them were comments. I've noted some questions and I will respond to them briefly, very fast. The first question was whether AI is efficient in clinical exams, and from I don't know the answer from the responses or from my own opinion. From the responses, it's the students it's what was suggested, that more practical questions, they cannot be answered using AI. So here, I don't think AI can have any. We are talking about clinical exams. We don't think AI can have any role in answering clinical questions because this is a lecturer and a student. And then theoretical examinations, there was a question whether they can be whether it's possible to set theoretical questions whereby they cannot be answered by AI. I would say that question, it is both yes and no. On the yes part, some questions which are tailored to the local context, or if you set these questions in a more practical way and encouraging the local context in it, because AI answers are more generic, they may not answer in the local context here. But if you attach the local context to the question, I'm sure the student may fail to use AI to answer it. Okay, I think my other presenter can answer the next questions.
Okay, thank you very much. So one thing I want to pose out is there was a question of what is the relevance of teaching critical thinking to students? Is it still relevant? And with me, I say yes, it is still relevant. Why? Yes, we have been saying that there are threats, AI could replace humans. But just like I said, AI is simulation of human intelligence processes by machines. These AI technologies can't think like humans. They can't. They feed on data that we humans give them. Yeah. So I feel it's still relevant. And just pulling back since its launch in 2022, if you feed in a prompt to AI, any AI tool, beyond or before 2022, it will clearly tell you that, you know what, unfortunately, I don't have any data past or before 2022. It will tell you that. So they feed on data. They give us responses based on the pool of data that's available. So I think it's still relevant. Then there was something on how to use ChatGPT, the prompts, how can we use it?
I think you can have a private discussion on that. I want to end here.
Okay.
End here by saying that what you actually raised is very important, that the ChatGPT or AI is feeding off our data. So it's not replacing us. I beg to cut the discussion short. We have another session. Let's give a round of applause to the team here. As Roy comes up, please. Roy comes up, I hand over the mic to him. I'd like us to keep on thinking about these things because it's actually very real. Like somebody mentioned, now we have ChatGPT, there's a quantum coming also. So let's keep abreast. A lot of change happening. And while we are very local, we have to remember we've got to keep on thinking global. So thank you very much. Let's keep discussing. Those online, please send in your comments. We'll pass them on to the panelists and they'll probably respond to you online. With that, I thank you all for coming for the first session. Let me hand over to Roy. And on behalf of my co-session lead, thank you all for being part of this.
Thank you very much. The next session is a panel. I would like the students to come up. I hope you can read your names on the program. Kendi Pangoli, Viola. I don't know how many are around. Please come up. Let's try to keep time. Nicholas Seruyange. There are supposed to be 6. Come up and we chat GPT. Are there 6 chairs? Take one of these chairs. Okay. We have a mic there. I want the audience to see me as well, but I don't know where I should sit. So this is going to be a panel, and we are going to look at research experiences of undergraduate students. So these are all our dear students that are doing very tremendous work, and want to hear from them, but also we shall have an opportunity for the audience to interact with you as well, if we have time. So we are going to talk about your research experience and how you have gone through. But you first of all introduce, each of you will introduce yourself to the audience and talk louder. And as you introduce yourself, you tell us your name and your institution. So you tell us about your research experience as an undergraduate student, and how you are doing a lot of good research. So how did you gain the research skills that you are applying to tell us these excellent presentations that you have? So introduce your name and you briefly first respond to that. How did you gain these excellent research skills, even better than some of us? Thank you.
Sorry. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, moderator. Protocol observed. Yes. My name, once again, I am Kennedy Pangoli, and I am a fresh graduate from SEMA University, a medical pre-intern. Yes. So my research experience, when I joined medical school, that was 2018, I found there was a research association which was formed at SEMA University. It is a SEMA University Research and Innovation Association. It was formed by our seniors who were there by then. I came when that association was 4 months old. So I joined that association. I can't tell where because by the fact that I went to join the association, it means I already had interest. So maybe, I don't know what interested me to join the association, but I feel like I need to do research. Yes, so when I joined, we used to undergo peer-to-peer mentorship by the leaders of that association. And we used to do research. We used to do research with them. We used to approach different lecturers at the university to be mentors and to guide us on the research we are doing. Yes, so there was, we have COBA's program also at our university. And they took us to community placements, whereby one of the activities we were supposed to do is to do community diagnosis and research. That's year 2. So we went, and I was the leader of my COBA's group. Particularly, I became a leader of the COBA's group because I knew that by that I would be responsible for our research work. So I used to be in direct touch with our supervisor. I was the one doing the work and I take through my colleagues. So by doing that, I gained skills in research as I was going through medical school. Yes, however, I was not having a very close mentor that I trusted, okay, that I be going to all the time. And research, what I realized is research needs mentorship. You need to be mentored closely if you are to prosper in it very fast. So I was doing research, but I was not having that mentor to really show me direction so that I can come up in research very fast. Yes. However, when I was finishing medical school, I got in touch with Professor David Mukunya, who was willing to mentor a number of students in research. And I was one of the students who showed interest. And my interest was genuine because I really wanted research, and I was doing it from since year one. However, I had only gotten one publication by then because of the challenges I was telling you. But after meeting Professor David Mpunya towards the end of my medical school, that's last year in around June, my research experience and knowledge, it improved very, very rapidly up to now. And I can say that the biggest contribution of my research knowledge, I got it from Professor David. However, I was also getting some research knowledge and experience because I was engaging the students. I reached time when I was the president of the Research and Innovation Association. So I was mentoring the fellow students in research. Yes, I was engaging them, share with them the little knowledge that I have, showing them what we do in research. So as I was getting mentored by people who know far more than me, I was also busy inculcating this culture and giving this knowledge to the students who are there at school, showing them how important research at an undergraduate level is. Yes, I think that's what I have to share as of now. Thank you so much.
All protocol observed. My name is Navlime Viola. I'm also a fresh graduate from STEMA University with a Bachelor of Science in Nursing. My research experience, I joined university in 2019, and I didn't know that I would even ever do research in my life. I wasn't motivated, first of all, in my year one. I knew that we have a research association, BRA, but they didn't have mentors. Okay, I wasn't totally motivated when I was in year one. We went on, we had COBAs from year one to year three, and I happened to be my COBA's group leader. I was the group leader, meaning, you know, when group things, you are like a group of 6 to 8 people. You can never work together. There will be some people who will never want to participate in doing work. So in my group, I happened to be with some lady. For her, she already had a master's in public health. So she made me love research a little bit. So we used to do work together as I'm learning something. That's where I started from. And since I'm a nursing student, research is a requirement. It's a whole course unit in year 4. So that's where the love went on increasing. And with my mentors or supervisors, Sister Lydia Senyonga, Dr. Nekaka, and my research lecturer, Mr. Joshua Eputai, I started doing research, though a little. I have no publication yet, but hopefully I will get one. So I don't have so much experience in research. I just have the little experience I have is because research was a requirement for me to graduate. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Protocol observed. My name is Seriang Nicholas, Makerere University, year 4, doing medicine and surgery. I use this opportunity as I'll take the first minute, as a golden minute, introduce myself. I have a certificate in basic SPSS data analysis tool. I'm an HEPI fellow in an ongoing research under the leadership of Charles Down and supervision of our dear professor, Professor Chiguli, on preconception knowledge. It was done in concerning sickle cell disease amongst pregnant women at Kawempe. It's still ongoing. We haven't finished it. Yes, I'm the external correspondent as well, newly appointed for MAC CHS, Researchers and Writers Club. Yes, I was one of the students who was selected to publish in an issue in African journal, Health Science Journal. Though we haven't finished the publication, but we are on it. Yes, since we are talking about collaboration studies, our most student was selected for an exchange program to GRAS, Makerere and GRAS, they are collaborating. Yes, so I've had an experience in research. Straight from year 1, when we came, we were introduced to various colleagues who are in upper years, year 4, year 3, who are already doing great works in research and were really inspired. And when we reached year 2, an opportunity showed up by HEPI. There is those call of applications to, if you have any like research proposal you make, and then they sponsor it. So me, Darwin, and other friends of ours, we sat down and we thought about something, and we applied. By then, we hadn't been introduced so much to the research studies, but Darwin, at least for him, he had some good knowledge, and was the one who, because we were in year 2. So we tried the first sessions of research I attended, of research studies, were those sessions held by HEPI in the mornings. But I didn't understand so much, because they were really novel and abstract things that they were talking about. So when we reached year 3, COBAS, that was during recess, we really had, we have a research program during that period. And that's when we get to be introduced now in class about research. And now I opened up my eyes more about research, and I got to know. And by then now we started reducing Darwin's burdens. So we also started sharing in, and the research moved on smoothly and still moving on smoothly. Yes, so thank you, HEPI. But also another place, since they asked the places where we got research skills from, I learned about our COBAS project was chosen to be published in the African Health Sciences Journal. And we participated in a manuscript training, publishing a manuscript. So I also acquired a lot of skills from there. It was actually, it was done by the principal, Prof. Damali. Yes. And though I still have issues with the IRB at the School of Medicine, but I think our publication will go through. Thank you so much.
Brian Somakula is my name, from Kavali University. And I'm so happy to be here today. About the question, research, according to what I was taught, is look again until when you find what you're looking for. My journey of research began way younger. When I remember we're playing, I got wounds on my leg. I said I need to help myself. I got matchsticks, put them in paraffin, kept them for one day, and began applying them on myself to see if I can be well. That was basic. So coming to university, it was also in my year 2 when I came across the advert of HEPI to apply and do something in research. So I didn't have knowledge about research, but I knew research is good. Research creates knowledge. Research has money. And I was seeing some money on the advert already. So I got a team, and our teams were collaborative. Some members were from Makerere University, some were nurses, and I was a medical student. But unfortunately, the team I got, most of us were not so knowledgeable about research. I got a mentor. We began our proposal about sickle cell disease. And it was so personal to me because I lost a close friend in A-level when I was in A-level. And I saw the agony she died through because from sickle cell. She was a senior 2 student. I was in Form 6 then. I was her mentor. And she died from sickle cell at that age. So it was so personal. We drafted a proposal. Unfortunately, again, it wasn't one that was selected to go on, but they gave us mentorship classes. So I attended the mentorship classes and I began learning. I picked interest more. So I reached our Professor Tumwine James. Many of you know him. I told him we need research. I need to learn. He said, if you need to learn, ask. So I asked him. He began teaching us whenever I was free. We began learning. So it came to 3rd year that they begin introducing you to clinicals, and then research is part of it. They begin teaching you research. And right now, actually, we have concluded our first proposal on neonatal meningitis in Kabale Regional Referral Hospital in 4th year. And currently, I'm enjoying the journey of research. And that has been my journey. And I'm really fulfilled. And I was excellent, overwhelmed when I reached this room and people are presenting abstracts about everything. I was learning more and I was getting more interested. Thank you very much, and I'm honored to be in this audience.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Vivian Navisere, and I'm a 3rd year student of medicine and surgery at Makerere University. So, my journey with research started in year 1. I think I had just joined in January, but then we saw a call for applications for students who wanted to be a part of research training that was organized by FAMSA SCOMA. FAMSA is the Federation of African Medical Students Association, and it has a standing committee on medical education and research. So I got to know about the training. It was for a month, and I got to learn more things about research. I got to know little by little. And so in September, when the opportunity came for different people to apply to be a part of the HEPI Fellowship, I was really excited and I applied with my team. I was honored to be the principal investigator for the team. And we had our proposal on the lived experiences of students with sickle cell disease. And it actually went through, and I'm so grateful to HEPI for giving me my first opportunity to be a part of a research project. So after that, I got the confidence to be a part of more research initiatives. And that is where I joined a group of other students from different universities. And we are currently working on a project with antimicrobial resistance, using games to teach about antimicrobial resistance to healthcare students. So I think the journey has been very interesting. There is so much to learn, and there's so many supportive faculty members and so many interested fellow students. So you know that if I want to do any research project, I can get a team. And also the other thing I didn't mention is after getting into the HEPI fellowship, I also got the confidence to apply as an external correspondent for the Max CHS Research and Writers Club for the previous year, and he has taken over from me. So I'm so glad we managed to organize so many webinars for students. And still, I want to talk about faculty support. Faculty members are so supportive. They have always been there for us when we call upon them to teach in any of our webinars, and it's really amazing. So I'm so grateful. Thank you.
Okay, protocol observed. My name is Najuma Stella from Clark International University. Basically, my journey in research started in class. And that was around year 2 when we had our lectures. It was a course unit. So at first it was about passing the course unit and then into the next semester. So later on, a friend of mine actually, she was doing public health and was like, Stella, you have done research course unit. So there are like some things I would like to help you, like you to help me with. Let's say writing a proposal, a literature review for maybe other students. And actually, I realized that I could earn something. So at first, my motivation was about money, because like my friend was like, Stella, there could be some money here. And if it's concerning money, I was like in, of course, legally, not illegal activity. So I started doing some proposals, like projects with her. And actually then at our school, there are some emails that are sent for HEPI. So we looked up this opportunity. However, we were supposed to collaborate with different universities, Makerere, Kabale, and we got so lazy to like really do it because we didn't have enough skills. So the opportunity actually passed by. I was like, okay, if it is research, you just don't have to sit and wait for things to happen. In research, you have to like commit, give in your whole, try to do things like concurrently so that you are able to maybe gain the skills and knowledge. So my experience, I had to like learn research mostly by myself, maybe YouTube videos, those tutorials, consulting maybe my superiors who like have more experience and know some research. So like consulting them. And also our school has been supportive. However, there are still challenges you find in research, but I think that will be for the next session. But also our school is supportive. They are really willing to help us. So I forgot to say I was a nursing student in just year 4. So I haven't really had a lot of experience in research, but I'm looking forward to knowing more and gaining more. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll have one more question for you and maybe 1 or 2 comments from the audience. So many of you have talked about HEPI fellowship, HEPI support. You know, HEPI is ending. It's a project. Professor Chiguli, isn't it ending very soon in the next few weeks? So, but we want you to continue to grow as researchers. So even at the end of HEPI, because it won't be here forever, how would you as students, how would you like your institutions to support you grow into those researchers that you want to be? Even when there is no project, do you feel you have enough support from your institutions? And how would you like to be supported? And you could also mention a few challenges you face, and then how your institutions can help you to grow into researchers that you want to be. So each of you, I'll give you 1.5 minutes, and then I'll open up for any questions from the audience. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Beginning with the challenges which I faced in my undergraduate research, the first one and probably the most pressing challenge was limited mentorship. This could have been because I was not going out to look for mentors, maybe, but I honestly did not have a mentorship during my early years of research. So it was the biggest challenge. Later, when I realized that you cannot do research without mentorship, and then I probably got mentors, I realized that I am shifting, at a higher speed. That's why I was shifting, but not at higher speed. So the challenge I met was major challenges. Another challenge maybe it could be time. When it comes to a medical student is not something so common. So it would appear like I would meet my colleagues and they'd be like, but you man, how do you do it? Do research and at the same time you have to study. So you look to them like as if they ask you how you get, where do you get time to be doing research? And yet for us, we see that the time we already have is already, the time we have is already not enough for our course. But for you, you are going ahead to add in research. Time was not very easy to find. And I would maneuver around that by dividing my time. Going ahead to how the institute can help, I think as a university, they need to identify those students who actually are willing to do research, because I don't know about attitude, but what I realized that not all students have that good attitude towards research. Maybe it's different destinies. I don't know. But if they can identify students who are actually passionate about research and they mentor them, it will be very easy and good. And mentoring these students from early years, not towards the end. Because if these students could get introduced to research early enough, so that throughout their medical school, they'll be doing research. By the time finish, they'll be good. They'll be better. Yeah, and also trying to expose these students to opportunities outside there, because the more when they're exposed to outside environment where research is being done, they'll get motivated. But if they just stay within the school where they are not exposed to opportunities, they will not move. They will not know the importance of research. And then also, if they could have these inter-university research committees, it will be better. Thank you so much. Let me also allow my colleagues to speak.
Thank you very much. I think since we are from the same institution, our ideas may not differ. But according to me, as he said, mentorship right away from the start, because I feel I would also have loved to maybe join a research association, maybe in my earlier years, but there's no that kind of motivation and mentorship. Even if you would love to, it wasn't there. But for now, as we talk now, I think the trend has changed. People from the research association at university, I see many students now willing, and they are joining, not like how we were in year one. Also, just to add on what he said, I think how they can support at back there in Mbali. You know, when you have, like for us, the nursing students, you have a mentor. Sometimes those mentors, okay, it's subjective, but you find someone giving opportunities to only one person. Like they don't engage other students. It's like, for example, lecturer, you are someone's friend. Maybe I will take an example of Kennedy. If I'm the lecturer and I'm his lecturer, I always give the opportunities to Kennedy. And if Kennedy doesn't have his other friends, or if he wants to take it as himself only, you will find always that lecturer and Kennedy together in everything. So lecturers should be fair to everyone and engage other students who would wish to. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I first of all would like to take this opportunity to appreciate Makerere University College of Health Sciences. They are really doing a great work. First of all, just by the mere fact that we have research in our curriculum as something that we have to do as part of our education. So I believe COBA's YAFERI is an important part in many people's lives because that's when they get exposed to the real research and the real requirements. Yes. Also at Makerere, since you said that the hope from the institution, we have the writers, researchers and writers club. I believe through those clubs, we can get more opportunities to our fellow undergraduate students. And also appreciate the administrators and the leaders who, like our dear Professor Chiguri, who pass on the opportunities to the students when they come. So I request that they keep on bringing more opportunities to us because they are the ones who are, at least they have traveled more, they are more exposed to various people. So when you get opportunities, pass them on. Also, maybe the challenge we get, research is not complete when you don't have data which is well analyzed. So we sometimes get challenges looking for people who can actually analyze our data. You try calling people, they keep on bouncing you maybe. So we need maybe through the club or through HEPI, unfortunately it's going to close, but they could also bring us those sessions if possible. They get a few students who can be assisted and also assist the other undergraduate students. Also, the collaborations, I appreciate the collaborations we have from across the universities because our research was supposed to be done with a fellow from Kabale, but unfortunately, because of the distance, we just couldn't work hand in hand. And that calls for a need to empower the soft experiences, soft life, computer, appreciating the role of ICTs and maybe online research tools and questionnaires. And also mentorship. I appreciate the current mentorship, but I feel like there is a dissociation between the undergraduate and maybe the master's students. We are kind of in research. We need those master's students, if they are more exposed, they should be coming back on top of the professors to also mentor the undergraduates. Yes. I thank you so much. And maybe I'm in a battle with the IRB because COBAs, we go to COBAs since it is a part of education, part of the curriculum, we get cleared by the departments and we go and do the research minus getting the written IRB clearances. I don't know if the IRBs, in case an opportunity comes for maybe publishing, they can try to see how they can assist the undergraduate students to publish their work. I don't know what can be done. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I'll begin by answering Dr. Roy that HEPI is going, but it should come back or a doppelganger of itself. Why? From Kavala University, we've had the opportunities, but the utilization has also been a little low. However, with the knowledge that has come in right now, it is coming at the end, the later rains and the kick of a dying horse. So people have picked up the interest, people have begun very strong groups, they have begun doing research, and they have learned what advantage of research is. However, there is still dissociation on mentorship. I think it's because of the word research itself that you have to look and look. So people have to look for mentors. You rarely find people reaching out to, let's say, let me go and find people who are enthusiastic about research in year one. No, it's those that have picked the leaf from somewhere, that picked the motivation, and they have to seek to find where can I get a mentor to do research. And the other thing is, as we are trying to have cross-cutting interdisciplinary work, like the nurses doing research with them, people doing medicine, with people doing anesthesia, so that we have holistic data that cross-cuts. Like case in point, antimicrobial resistance. We are using antibiotics for prophylaxis before surgery. That applies to anesthesiologists. It applies to the nurses and the doctors. So such research, as it motivates such collaboration, it should really be more and more encouraged. And the other thing is at university level, resources are available, but also they are public still, like people to know about them is still when you search a lot to find out actually there is money for research or there is opportunity for research, but unless you show interest, people are going to come and tell you, hey, come and do this. Thank you very much in the interest of time.
All right. Thank you so much for the question. So my experience has been good, and most of the challenges that are faced are not so unique to undergraduates, except one, which is getting support from IRBs is really hard for undergraduates. I guess in point, when I was doing my HEPI research, trying to get approval for it, I'm under the School of Medicine, so I first requested for approval from the IRB and the School of Medicine. And so the response was that because you are undergraduates, we can't work on you because there's so many master students that are currently waiting. So we had to change at the IRB. So we started looking around, and it was challenging, though we finally managed to get approval. But then at the same time, we found the challenge that when you look at the websites of the different research ethics committees, the price, the fee for ethical approval on the website for undergraduates is not the same that you find at the office when you talk to them at the office. So like there is need for transparency and clarity when it comes to that. And then another thing is that when we had the HEPI project, we had funding, so we were able to actually pay for ethical approval. But then at the same time, we managed to get it from the School of Public Health at what they call a reduced fee. But when you go to the same IRB for another research project, because you don't belong to that school, you are required to pay 300 USD for ethical approval, which is something another graduates cannot pay. So I think there is need to increase the support from the ethics committees of different schools, or at least to make it easy for students under the same college to benefit from each of the different schools, IRBs. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll be a bit brief. So I'll start with maybe how our institutions can help us like to step up in research. Maybe I feel like we could do more, maybe like research symposiums whereby our schools can, let's say, set up a conference or a meeting and reward perhaps the outstanding students in research. This can actually motivate us. They can reward us maybe in forms of certificates or any other form. So I feel like if institutions take this up, it can try to motivate us, the undergraduate researchers. So maybe among some of the challenges I've gotten, I'll not deviate so much from my colleagues. Mentorship is a really big challenge because getting a mentor, first and foremost, it may not really be easy. And then also getting someone who is able to help you in every step of your research or your journey in research, who like are able to commit their time and like be there for you in every step. It may not really be able. So you find that you have to do most of the things on your own, like maybe you have to teach most of the things by yourself, like data analysis. You have to watch YouTube videos. Like getting someone who can commit and teach you or mentor you in research may not be something easy. And then also access of resources. So especially as undergraduates, with my own experience, I remember visiting some facility, like public facility, we were supposed to collect data. And I feel like because we are students, we were actually more of undermined because I will not mention the facility, but we visited this facility. We had to go and see the ED. He was in a meeting. We had to wait for the ED for like almost the whole day. So when the ED came out, I was like, what do you want? How can I help you guys? He didn't really give us attention, time. So I was like, I have to go somewhere. Maybe you can come back another day. So again, we had to come back another day. Was like, maybe you just have to like write what you need because we wanted to collect data. So we had to get consent or permission. So we had to write our names, our topic, and they'll give us a phone call. So like we had to wait for the phone call for like weeks and weeks. But so most of the things kind of demotivate us. So you really have to be like resilient in this area if you want to achieve anything. Then also, I feel like also we should be allowed to maybe integrate more of technology in our research. For example, you find that you have a research in maybe Gulu, and you may incur a lot of costs when you reach there. So let's say you have made online questionnaires. Okay, Gulu may be a remote area, but you can you can
Wind up.
You can maybe distribute them online other than incurring costs of going. So like integrating more of technology in research can actually really help. Yes, basically. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Because of time, I will stop here. And since I'm in charge, I'm not going to entertain any questions from the audience. We have overshot. You can interact with these students. Professor Maling, I'm very sorry because we have exceeded the time, but you can, they are with us. The essence of us including them on our program is to show you what amazing work they are doing and the experiences they've gone through. I think the key thing I've picked out is the mentorship. Please, when they approach you, mentor them, allow them, and put them on your research projects. These undergraduates, they can do amazing work and they learn a lot of skills rather than, hiding somewhere and you do your own research. Include them. They will learn a lot and help you as well. So thank you very much, dear students and the audience for this session. So now I can release you for break tea, and we are going to spend 5 minutes for break and then we come in for the next session. Thank you. Or we could have a working hour, but sometimes when people are eating, it becomes difficult to concentrate on other things. Okay, 12 minutes of break tea and then we come back.
I work from the wall, don't try to make life on you. Remember that job just by your side. For I was a fool, you was not, and my life was in dismay. For among the forces in which I take guns and ammunition were my chosen way of life. With God-fearing people I chose to strive. For all that were taken, they can never be replaced. But still just I chose to remember my faith. Though I never knew that he wanted, I'm still mindful of what he taught me. So now I beg and plead, I'm on my bending knee. God, Father, you rescue me. I've got the scars to go. Elongate the long life's road. But when my life got done, it was the only one. When I was a young boy, growing up,
And then I take the stop. I run to give the light inside of I'm on the road. But I ain't got no gun. So you can't be the star. I think like a wall. And inside of inside of I can't leave us with the people. Don't let them fool you. Do it that they are with you. I believe the people. Don't let them fool you. They don't like you. Why try to? I am out there. Really, I don't know. If you were up with them, my friend, you would never be the sun on the floor. Would that be some type of communication we did? We keep on coming together. I love to see, rather than sit down, looking out for one another. That's the way it should be. Contrary, stop tearing down each other. We are suffering the people. Over here, and violent soul. Baby, I ain't nothing. I love you. I love you. I love you. I see you like roses. See you around. Baby, I love you. I love you. Baby, I love you. Yes, I love you. Princess, the rightful place is in my arms. Baby, I'm here, your Prince Charles. When the night will always keep your heart. So when you dance around me head, can't keep calm. Baby, this love is love in observation. So in the first place, there is no separation, no segregation, more motivation. Take together, girl, it's from creation. As we get older, we'll be shoulder to shoulder. Things that should have been We gotta Say yes, cause I need to stay up there. Your blessings are the day. Love my friend, the answer is no. It feels so Big Nash story irresistible, songs incredible, she back reputable, in a sweet title, sing Italian, not the father of fun, Italian, I'll go crazy in this crazy. We got our crazy.
Eddie, please put off the music.
In this crazy. We got our.
Thank you very much. Hope you've had a good break. We have very interesting presentations. So if you are still having your tea, please make sure that you keep the ears alert so you can multitask. You can continue having your tea, but also listen to the presenters. I think I'm missing Rita Nantale. I hope she's around. Or is she online? And if someone can help me call those that are outside to come in so that we can catch up on time. This has been an exciting 2 days for all of us, I'm sure. We've had very interesting presentations, and it's really gratifying to see how health professions education is growing, and also research along with it. So we will start off our presentation with Professor Dan Kaye giving us the first presentation.
Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The work I'm going to present is work that was conducted, actually it's ongoing, by the Association of Obstetricians and Gynecologists of Uganda. And it's on using digital platforms to promote a healthcare provider community of practice for abortion care in Uganda. And maybe as a background, many of you know about how abortions cause morbidity and mortality, but there is a need to look at the way we look at abortion as the way we look at conditions like diabetes, so that we have a public health approach. Diabetes can be managed primarily by preventing risk factors or addressing them. Then you can manage the disease, and at tertiary level, you can manage complications of diabetes. So this concept was translated to abortion care, whereby there was identified a need to focus on what causes the mortality, that is abortion complications, so that we look at primary, secondary, and tertiary prevention of abortion complications by doing different things that can reduce morbidity and mortality for mothers. So the object, the background, a community of practice, a group of people who share a concerned set of problems or passion about a topic. Now, this topic I'm referring to is how to prevent mothers dying from abortion complications. So insufficient competencies in knowledge, skills, and attitudes among healthcare providers contribute to part of the problem. And so we hypothesized that if these providers were trained and then in disparate collaborations, then this might, using digital platform, this might improve the quality of care they provide. So the objective here is to share our experiences, opportunities, and challenges and lessons learned in using digital platforms for clinical mentorship to establish a community of practice that promotes enhanced healthcare provision for abortion care using the abortion harm reduction model. Maybe there about the model that there's a lot of things that can be done to prevent mothers from dying from abortion. Like I said, from a public health concept, you can prevent unintended pregnancy through good parenting, religious education, talking about sexual behavior, avoiding risky sexual behaviors, and contraception, among many other things. And then for those who have unwanted pregnancy, you can counsel them to accept the pregnancy. But also others, who are determined, you can warn them on danger signs, and you can avoid risky methods of pregnancy termination. Then for post-abortion care, this is allowed. I've left out provision of safe abortion because the law in Uganda does not allow for people to have safe abortion at will. But we definitely, all of us know, despite it being morally, legally, or socially prohibited, it happens. So our objective is to see that women don't die despite what people's views have about abortion. So we employed competence-based training of 96 healthcare providers who are doctors and midwives using that abortion harm reduction model so that we can identify what roles different people can do. We identified which competence. For example, in preventing one from having unintended pregnancy, what are the competencies? In counseling an individual who has an unwanted pregnancy, what are the talking points that must be emphasized? And in provision of post-abortion care, including post-abortion contraception, what are the important competencies one needs to have? So after the training, we encourage all these people to use digital platforms like mobile phones, short messaging, text, WhatsApp, Zoom, Teams, so that we have bi-weekly sessions where we repeat the same topics, but more of in an applied way. This has been ongoing for the last 1 year. We trained these healthcare providers from Wakiso, Mukono, Kayunga, Mitiana, and the KCCA facilities, including the private facilities in Kampala and Wakiso. After that, we conducted facility-based mentorship to identify challenges as well as reinforce the competencies. Our expected outcomes were that providers are trained to support abortion care by using the abortion harm reduction model, and then they offer post-abortion care, which is allowed by law. There is increased support for those individuals who want to terminate pregnancies. Now, I have a lot of respect for some people who have a different opinion, but for those who are healthcare providers know that abortions happen. But those individuals need to remember that healthcare providers are there, provide post-abortion care, and can provide counseling and probably advice on less risky methods of pregnancy termination. So these were our outcomes. So we try to assess whether these competencies were acquired through the digital platform by using that model, which is the capability, opportunity, and motivation for behavior model, which tried to assess whether there were opportunities, whether individuals acquired the capabilities, and if individuals have motivation, provide care using the abortion harm reduction model. And we analyzed this data using, we also collected more data using in-depth interviews of from about 36 healthcare providers, and also from where the digital platforms like WhatsApp, because they have regular sessions on what goes on, what challenges have, their experiences. We analyze the textual data using the other model to try to see whether actually the individuals had acquired the necessary skills. So this is what I mean by a community practice, a domain which is the area of shared interest, community relationship built through discussion and activities, and the practice, that is the bed of knowledge, the method, the stories that are developed. So what did we find? That the community practice using the digital platforms improved knowledge, attitudes, decision-making, and skills. And this was confirmed when we went on to have on-job clinical mentorships at the facilities, and also from analyzing the text and what was shared during the sharing on WhatsApp platforms. So the focus on sharing best practices created new knowledge for advanced professional practice, but may face challenges on regular interaction. So because people need to have their use this digital platform, we are providing them with data refund, and also with other motivations, like, for example, each of the facilities was provided with a mobile phone. But so there were challenges on identifying the correct time for people to have the regular bi-weekly Zoom meetings or using the other digital platform. But still a good number, like usually we have about 50% of the people getting connected. So we conclude that though the COP faced a lot of challenges, especially on connectivity and limited interaction, the community approach using digital platform promoted a lot of sharing experience and challenges, personal connections, communication, collaboration, and application of knowledge for improved healthcare. And so we recommend that actually training, the way we conduct it, usually insufficient unless you create an opportunity for different individuals to continue with the interaction, sharing the knowledge and challenges, and digital platforms can be very effective in ensuring that competencies that are learned are acquired. So this is what I mean by a community practice, in that there is trust, there is sharing of knowledge, there is sharing of practice, there is the the knowledge that is shared, people share challenges, objectives, opportunities, and so on. And this improves their learning and acquisition of competences. So we think mentorship is vital in equipping healthcare providers, not only in clinical knowledge and competences and necessary skills, but this mentorship can be extended using digital platforms so that it can provide an opportunity for continuous quality improvement and for training of the different healthcare providers. I had only 10 minutes, but this work is published in Reproductive Health. It was published in December. Thank you very much. You could check there and get more details. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Kaye, for that presentation. Please take a seat and we'll have our next presenter. Sir Godfrey Isiru, please give us your presentation. I don't know whether Rita Nantal is here. Or please check online if she's there. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much, and good morning, colleagues. I'm honored to be here to share with you the experience of the work that is ongoing. Dr. Sir Godfrey, I work with Doctors with Africa, QAM, as a senior technical advisor for maternal, newborn, and reproductive health services. Doctors with Africa implements a health district and community health system strengthening interventions in some of the hard to reach and hard to stay districts and communities, particularly in Karamoja, Lango, and West Nile regions. Yesterday, there was a presentation made by one of the DHOs of Karenga, and I mean, some of you didn't know where it is. Karenga is actually located in Karamoja region, which is in the north eastern part of Uganda. Karamoja region is composed of 9 districts, of which Karenga is one of them. But it's a vast area, sparsely populated with about 1.2 million people. But from Karenga up there to Amudat is about 500 kilometers to traverse that region. It's from Kampala probably to Kigali. But it has very few populations and only about 10 smoke sites in the region. So as QAM, we are trying to build capacity of healthcare workers in that region. And before we started this work in financial year 2020-21, the institutional neonatal mortality rate for the region was about 6.3 deaths per 1,000 live births. And the commonest cause of death was actually birth asphyxia. So QAM partnered with the Makerere University and Mbarara University of Science and Technology, Sims for the Life team, at least to train healthcare workers from 3 high-volume hospitals, Moroto Regional Referral Hospital, Matany, and Kabong hospitals, and also opened some NICUs in the region, specifically in Moroto Regional Hospital and Matany Hospital, for care for neonates. And we used a simulated environment on the assumption that it offers more benefit in enhancing skills transfer and helping health workers master skills and reduce errors. So the objective was to improve newborn outcomes and reduce neonatal death through skills training of critical healthcare using simulation approach. And this was, as I mentioned earlier, we actually started by establishing skills transfer laboratory, one in Moroto Regional Hospital and one in Machan for this training, and also established neonatal intensive care units within those 2 hospitals to help with the practice. We procured equipment for simulations and distributed to these facilities. And then we identified critical healthcare workers that work within the NICU and the maternity and the pediatric wards, and brought them for treatment, for training by Mbarara school trainers. And we also facilitated the national mentors from Zambia Hospital and Mulago Women's Referral Hospital to follow up this team after they were trained to see what they were doing on the way. So we, as I mentioned earlier, must train these 15 healthcare workers through a 3 modular package that was conducted 1 month apart to allow for practice after each module. So these 3 modules, module 1 was on helping or is on helping babies breathe. That equips the trainees with skills of resuscitating a newborn baby, care of the newborn baby, and fluid management. It eventually focuses on care of the newborn baby in the first 1 month of life. Module 2 focuses on essential care of every baby and fluid management, and module 3 focuses on essential care of very small babies and as well as fluid management. And the participants' knowledge and skills were assessed before and after the simulation-based training. So what did we observe? We actually observed that there were significant gains in the skills acquisition through this simulation-based training when compared to acquisition of knowledge. And as you look at these graphs, I'm sorry they are a bit small. You might not see from behind. But the first graph above on your right side shows skills gain in Module 1, helping babies breathe, where participants get the mean score skills improved from 29% to 74%. The graph in the middle showed the skills gain in essential care of every baby, where the mean score increased from 38 to 67%. And the last graph below shows skills gain in essential care of the small babies, with an average score scoring from 26 to 75%. Overall, the skills gains translated in a 45% increase, that is from 649 to 945 number of neonates that were effectively managed in 1 year that we ran this project within these 3 health facilities. We also looked at the mortality, the impact of this training on the neonatal mortality rate within the year we did. And overall, the graph on the right showed that the mortality rate dropped from 6.3 in the baseline year 2021 to actually 4.6 in the follow-up year, that is year 2022. We also did a deep dive across the districts to see whether there was an impact. And indeed, we noted that there was a reduction in the neonatal mortality rate across all the districts except Moroto. Moroto district has a Moroto Regional Referral Hospital. And when we tried to do a deep dive into this increase, we actually noted that during this training, there was also improved reporting of the cases across all the districts and specifically in Moroto. We also noted that because of the NICU that they opened up in Moroto, Moroto was actually receiving so many referrals from other districts. And more so what we have learned also and we're trying to look into is that there are a lot of cases of premature deliveries in the region. And what we know is that there's a high burden of malaria in the region, but we also think that cases of insecurity also could be leading to this. But that's what we observe that, and we are still trying to work to see how to bring down the neonatal mortality rate from Moroto. So we saw that simulation-based training on the 3 modules and peer-to-peer learning through the equipment that we supplied to the skills lab has actually enhanced skills acquisition for these health workers. And what was important to note is that after this training, the health workers came with action points to go and implement in their facilities. Among others were to need to practice kangaroo mother care. There were some facilities that were not practicing, but after this training, they actually started it. Others were discovering the practice of holding the babies upside down after birth. We noted that this practice was still taking place. We also noted that, as I mentioned earlier, that we facilitated the national mentors from Zambia Hospital and Mulago Women's Hospital to follow up. We also noted that this addressed challenges encountered by the trainees on site. Sometimes after training, when they go back to their facility, they encountered some challenges like organizing the NICU for efficient flow of services, but also determining the appropriate foods to stock within this NICU. And then beyond that, we are actually partnering with the e-world technologies through Sims for Life to implement other digital initiatives like PRISMs and the AI. PRISMs is protecting infants remotely by SMS, and AI is the augmented infant resuscitator. These are all geared to improve skills of the healthcare worker. These are digital apps that actually provide instructions to healthcare workers on what actions and the dosages to give to a particular infant. So in conclusion, we learned that this active stimulation-based training actually enhanced skills and led to reduction of neonatal mortality, and also improved effective management of the newborns as increase in number of the babies that were effectively managed. And we think that conducting training in a simulated environment offers additive benefits and enhances skills transfer, and also reduces errors among our healthcare workers. So we recommend that most of the high volume facilities in the country should adopt this approach and or partner with the institutions like MUST, which actually do trainings in this. And currently, Quam is expanding this to 2 more hospitals, of a BIM hospital and in a BIM districts and a BER in a BER districts actually to skill their healthcare workers. I want to acknowledge the Embassy of Ireland, which is funding this project, and the Uganda Pediatric Association and our health professional associations, including the mentors from Zambia Hospital and Mulago, who are working with us, and Makerere University, Mbarara University of Science and Technology, Simple Life team, which are really doing a great work. And above all, our frontline healthcare workers and the beneficiaries of these services. I thank you so much. I submit.
Let's give him a round of applause. Thank you very much, Mr. Zulu, for the presentation. I would like to know if we have Rita Nantale online. Yeah, please go ahead and give your presentation.
Yes, I'm available. Thank you so much, moderator. I'm available.
Are we able to have Rita?
Yes, thank you so much, moderator. A good morning, us all. I'm Rita Nantale, a year 1 student of Masters of Public Health at Ustema University, and I'll be presenting our work on utilization of ChatGPT and other artificial intelligence tools among medical faculty in Uganda. This was a cross-sectional study, and these are the authors. Yes, we can go to the next. So regarding the background, as we have heard from the previous speakers, indeed, ChatGPT and these other AI tools have the potential to transform medical education. Thus went ahead and assessed the use of ChatGPT and other AI tools among medical faculty in Uganda. Then regarding the objectives, what we really went ahead, what we wanted to find out, what proportion of medical faculty are actually using AI tools. Then what are the common AI tools that these medical faculty are using? In addition to this, we also wanted to know what are medical faculty using these AI tools for. We also wanted to understand, find out the factors that are associated with the use of AI tools among medical faculty in Uganda.
Is she still there? Yeah, some challenges. Okay, it seems she's dropped off, but she has an interesting presentation. I hope she'll be able to be back. And where is Professor David Mukunya? Please join me. We are together, we're moderating together, and we've seen that you're a very good mentor to students. So we suggest that we continue with all the presentations and then have a discussion at the end. And I'm going to call upon Dr. John Baptist Senyonda. Is he around? He's also online. Okay, let's have.
I am online. Can I go ahead?
Yes, please. Go ahead.
All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Dr. John Baptist Senyondwa. I'm a general surgeon working in pediatric surgery. I'll be presenting a project that is of 3 phases, and I'll be presenting 1 phase of that project. The slides should be coming up soon for you to see. Allow me to stop sharing my video such that we can have a smooth presentation. All right, thank you so much, IT desk, for bringing this up. So the project is about Sagises, which is a digital platform that we want to use to enhance surgical training among surgical residents. We are starting with Makerere University. And on behalf of the authors, I'll be taking you on. I declare no disclosure of conflicts of interest. And yeah, so we can begin. So the background to this was, we know that, and as we've heard from the previous presenters, that technology is really taking on so many aspects of our lives. And education shouldn't be left behind. We can use technological solutions to find enhancements in the activities we do of training. We also know that in both low-income and high-income countries, these technological advances have taken place, of course, with more in high-income countries. And this paves the way for us using these advancements, even in our setting, to improve education. The biggest problem that led to us thinking about this innovation was from previous studies all over the world, and much more so in the LMICs. The problems we see in our institutes are those of minimal supervision, the very biggest problem, and shortage of trained instructors. Of course, these are compounded with a high patient-doctor ratio in our teaching institutes. And therefore, given these problems, we thought of this innovation. How can we enhance training with supervision for our surgical residents? So we can use technological solutions. So therefore, we proposed Sagises, which is in the developmental phases. And prior to this, we did a needs evaluation. Findings of this that I'm going to present to you. Next slide, please. Okay, so the concept is that the apprenticeship model of training is very paramount for training surgeons. But how do we enhance this, given the challenges that we've seen, those of minimal supervision and the high patient-doctor ratios? So we propose to supplement the training with Sagises. This will then give us a blended approach that can improve training. And as said, prior to this, we did a needs assessment, this was to inform the development of this project and highlight the attitudes, perceptions that both trainers and trainees have in the training. So the core objectives of Sagises are: 1, to facilitate the training of surgery residents and the conduct of research, to improve the quality of patient care delivered by residents while training, and to develop a database that can be used by all trainees past and present, and even for those coming up in the future. So the needs assessment we did, we recruited trainees and trainers from Makerere University for Investment and Health Sciences. This is work in progress, it's ongoing. We have more participants, but I'll present this data. We had 23 participants, 20 males, 3 females. We still have a problem in surgery that we have many more males compared to females, but this is being addressed. And we collected both qualitative and quantitative data. The objectives of this assessment were to define the current challenges in training, describe the perceptions that both trainers and trainees have towards the proposed digital platforms and the expectations. Next slide. The findings from this, we had more participants, both coming from Makerere University. We had almost equal representation of both students and those providing training, although we had fewer lecturers compared to other general surgeons that take on training who are not lecturers. And most of the participants we had were from general surgery. Next slide. Yeah, so the challenges that we described from this study was the biggest, among the biggest was minimal supervision, which was followed by both limited resources and limited time that these faculty have for the training of the students. Next slide. So we also evaluated the perceptions of our participants towards the use of these digital platforms, and the majority strongly agreed. We had a good proportion of those who strongly disagreed. And if I'm to stratify this data, of course, most of these were the trainers. And when we did the qualitative evaluation of this research, which we used the thematic approach of analysis, we had the biggest was the access to organized education information as a role of the platform that the participants felt it would fill in. So most participants felt that this platform should provide them with access to organized educational information. Of course, followed by the archiving and referencing of information. Next slide. This is still explaining the challenges that I've elaborated on. We had both qualitative and quantitative data, and still the challenge remains the supervision and contact time. So, next slide, please. So, with all that we found out, we set up on developing this. And in conclusion to what I've said is that this platform is a digital platform that we want to use to improve surgical training. And it's designed to fit in and enhance supervision of the student by providing a conduit of evaluating and ensuring accountability between both the trainees and the trainers. And we see that most participants perceive that this platform would be a very good addition to their training. And right now we are implementing and developing this platform. Thank you for listening to me. I'd like to pass on my acknowledgements to all the authors and people who have been involved in this research. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Senyonda. We'll go on and have the next presentation from Joshua Epitai, if he's here. You're welcome. Please go on and make your presentation.
Yes, good morning, everyone. My name is Joshua Puitai, and I'm happy to present our project on use of simulation in training of undergraduate students. This project was led by Professor Julius Wandabwa and Professor Kumakech. So let's start by understanding what simulation is about. Simulation is a technique of creating a real clinical life experience for purposes of learning in a safe environment. And here we expect our learners to do mindful, repetitive practices so that they're able to master clinical skills. So why is simulation important? Number one is that it helps us to have our students learn in a risk-free environment, and it avoids trial and error in our patients. And then also it promotes acquisition of clinical skills in all domains of learning, that is on skills, clinical knowledge, and attitudes. And I want to emphasize here is that simulation, compared to other methods of learning, is that it assesses skills in the Miller's pyramid of doing and action. And so it's a better method of teaching than other methods of teaching that we currently have. And then we have been talking about critical thinking. We have been talking about soft skills in our graduates, and clinical simulation has a role in promoting acquisition of soft skills in our students. And from a presentation from Dr. Esiru, he talked about how simulation has been able to improve patient outcomes. And there is so much evidence regarding the role of simulation in promoting positive patient outcomes. But as a country, we have not yet embraced the use of simulation in our teaching and learning. And so sometimes you find it's very erratic, it's not very orderly in the way it's being done. And then also there are attitudes which do not favor the use of simulation. Sometimes you find people telling you that here in Uganda, we have patients. Why do we need to have them go through simulation? We have so many patients and we just need to take them there. So there are also negative attitudes in a way that we don't see simulation as, we see simulation as a foreign method of teaching, which is not really relevant in our setting. But also we have seen, you have seen increased interest in use of simulation. And I think the presentation from Dr. Cyril really highlighted how people are now starting to embrace simulation in our teaching. And so if we want to use simulation in training of our undergraduate students, then we need to generate evidence which is relevant to our setting. And that speaks to how we use simulation in our setting. In this project, we had two objectives. Number one, we wanted to see the use of simulation in two institutions, that was Lira and Busitama University. But also wanted to know what people think about simulation and the experiences of students regarding the use of simulation in these two institutions. And then also we had a component of interprofessional way in which we're doing the simulation. So students were doing medicine, anesthesia, nursing. We met to do simulation together, and we explored the experiences, which was a bit unique in our study. So we did a mixed methods where we had quantitative methods of data collection and qualitative methods of data collection. So for quantitative methods, we had students in all programs in the two universities, and we selected them in the clinical years because that's when we expected them to participate in clinical simulation. And the sample size was 298, almost close to 300. And we gave them self-administered questionnaires. In that questionnaire, we assessed their use of simulation and the courses in which simulation was used in that setting. And we analyzed using descriptive statistics. For qualitative methods, we had students and faculty. Those who were engaged in doing simulation and those who were not engaged in doing simulation for the faculty. And we had focus group discussions of 10 groups, and they were around 7 to 8. And then also we had key informant interviews in Nira and Busitema University. And here I want to emphasize that we had the students were exposed to doing simulation. And then afterwards, we talked to them about their experiences and what they thought about the use of simulation. So we had a mix of students, as you can see here in the social demographics. And I want to go straight to the findings. So now the first question is, what was the use of simulation in these two institutions? And we assessed that indirectly and also directly. Indirectly, we asked them how many times they were in the skills lab or simulation lab for simulation. And close to 50% said that they were there once or a few times, which really does not show that it was not readily used. Then the other thing, we asked them how many times they were able to use simulation in academic year. And that really went to up to around 67% of the students had used it once, few times, or even never. And the course where it was mostly used was in obstetrics or midwifery related courses. That's where simulation was mostly used. We also wanted to know what students think about simulation, their preferences to use simulation. And we also asked it indirectly. We asked it repeatedly so that we get valid responses. You know how questionnaires, sometimes people just tick. So we asked it indirectly and it gave us a similar kind of response. And you can see here that students preferred to use simulation 96%. And when we asked it in another way, it also gave a similar response, which indicates that students prefer to use simulation for their learning of clinical skills. So the other question that we had was their experiences and perceptions regarding the use of simulation. So we had theme 1 about their perceptions regarding the use of simulation in the 2 institutions, but also we had concerns about realism of simulation. And that really projected from the extreme end of perceiving simulation to not be realistic to the other end where simulation was perceived to be ideal. And then also we had perceived benefits of use of simulation. And also we had their perceptions about the role of simulation in clinical competence. So overall, students thought that simulation was not readily used in the university. And as you can see in this quote, but also the faculty agreed that simulation is not readily used, but there's progress in how it is currently being used. We have developed courses in the medicine program where students are exposed to doing simulation. And so the faculty think that there's some progress being made in the use of simulation in the 2 institutions. The other thing, the theme we had was about concerns about realism. Realism is very important in simulation because it helps students to immerse themselves in the scenario, and that is very important in the acquisition of skills. So there are those who thought that simulation does not feel real. They say that it's a mannequin and it's not a real experience as it is when you're in the ward. But then also students who were immersed in the simulation exercise thought that it felt real, and some of them even recounted how they felt anxious and how they're sweating in the simulation exercise. That really shows that the students feel that simulation is a realistic clinical experience. But also there were perceptions that it's not possible to simulate everything. It's very difficult for you to simulate verbal cues, non-verbal responses from patients, interactions of the patient. When you're passing the IV, they would feel pain. That might be very difficult if you're to insert a cannula on a model. Those verbal cues really were very difficult to simulate. But also there was that perception that simulation presents the ideal. An ideal here means that we are talking about the importance of ensuring realism. And so sometimes you provide equipment for the students to use. And that was perceived that when we give students all the equipment that they need to use, it's not ideal because in the clinical setting, you'll go and you find that some items are not there. So that was a way in which was perceived that is more like idealistic, and students will not perform well if they're exposed to settings where there are some items would be missing. Then the other theme was about perceived benefits of simulation. And this one had very many, but the biggest one was that simulation gave them room for making mistakes. And when they make mistakes, the outcomes are not fatal. The student is able to learn and acquire skill, but also the patient is not harmed in a way. So it gave them room for mistakes, but also a simulation was, it was possible for students to get their feedback because in debrief, they will be told how they did well, how they did not do well. And they compared it with the experience in the clinical setting, where sometimes if it's an emergency, the focus is saving the life. After saving the life, they move to the next patient. Students are not prioritized, and in a way, they don't get feedback. So that was also another one. But also, they say that simulation would boost their confidence and self-efficacy. because they know that they have done it in a simulation lab, and so they can do it again when they go to clinical settings. So it boosted their confidence, it boosted their self-efficacy, and that was one of the things that was highlighted. But also it promoted acquisition of clinical skills and soft skills. Things like critical thinking, teamwork was emphasized. And the one I want to highlight here is their perception towards the role of simulation in acquisition of clinical skills. If students do well in doing HBP in a simulation, do we think that they would also become competent when they have a baby to resuscitate? And we had two viewpoints. One said, no, it does not have any role. These are models and patients are different. But also the students said, no, this is actually realistic. You're sweating in the scenario. So it's able to boost my confidence in caring for the patients. And the faculty said that for actually some of them had seen cases where students performed well in a simulation, and even when they went to the clinical setting, they also did well. But also the other thing that I wanted to highlight is that compared to other methods of teaching, like a lecture method, students thought that simulation was far much better because here they're actually doing the procedure. The Miller's pyramid, they're actually doing, they're not just saying that this is how to manage PPH, they're doing it. And so it was very important. And they compared it with the lecture. They said, it's not like a lecture where you just told and you remain like that. And so students suggested that when it comes to managing, it would be better for them to go through simulation. It would be better for them to manage in a simulation than just in a lecture method. So simulation was perceived to be superior to the currently existing methods of teaching. So as I conclude, there's some positive progress being made in the use of simulation, but also there's need to acquire high fidelity equipment so that it promotes realism in the simulation experience. But also students prefer to use simulation for their learning, which for us as health professionals, educations, we need to take note. And simulation is superior to other methods of learning. I want to acknowledge support from HEPI and also from AfriHealth that gave us a small grant to do this work. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much for the presentation. Please take your seat. We will have another presentation by Gidudu Crispus. Are you here? Please come and give your presentation. In the meantime, please find out if Rita is still online. If she can give her presentation, then we'll have the discussion.
Yes, I'm online.
Okay, after this, you give your presentation.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. A good afternoon to us all. I am Gidudu Crispus. I'm a student of Setema University, pursuing a Bachelor's of Nursing Science in year 3. I want to thank the previous presenters and all the organizers for this conference. Firstly, for believing in the students and the young people that can also come up and speak in such platforms. I will specifically also thank the previous presenter because he has made my work easy by defining the importance of simulation, what it is, and we have appreciated that. And I also recognize the part of our conference of innovations. I'm going to present an innovation, a project which is just coming up. So what is Sim2Save network? Maybe let's Sim2Save network. We prioritize health through simulation. So Sim2Save network is a Setema University Faculty of Health Sciences students. We are students, I'm emphasizing. It's a students-led initiative that is supported by the staff of Setema University from the different departments, nursing department, medicine, and anesthesia. We are also supported by SEED Global Health that has been with us from the beginning, and the staff from Bari Regional Referral Hospital. This is specifically from the Department of Obstetrics. So we're looking at the background of SIM to self. So these figures are everywhere. The maternal deaths are still high, especially in the sub-Saharan Africa, where we contribute to over 70% of these deaths. And in Uganda, we are still at 189 deaths per 100 live births, according to the Uganda Development Health Study in 2022. And the causes, PPH still takes a lead. Like we can see that pie chart, hemorrhage-related complications are the highest, hypertensive disorders, and other causes. So now, yesterday we had a conversation, and Professor, I'm forgetting the name, he defined for us learning, development, and what? And training. We all understood those terms, and he showed us what we can achieve in a classroom and what comes over. So our system has been doing this, and if you check the CPD program, the CMEs and other interventions that all that are in place, these based on a theory bit of equipping our health workers. But me and you, we are researchers here, and we agree that new innovations or research based or guided innovations are coming up every day. But then, even from the panel here, during our discussion, we saw that our pyramid for health workers, for example, nurses, is still very large at the bottom. And these are the people in our health center 2s, our center 3s, our health center 4s. But all our interventions, excluding a few, they target people who are in bachelor's level, but people at health center 2, the nurses, the midwives, and 3 and 4 are handling patients. So we are receiving patients in critical conditions at regional referral hospitals. But the problem is not at the regional referrals. The problem is at health center 2, health center 3, and health center 4, and the referral system they are in. So, so we believe that through simulation-based trainings, we shall be able to strengthen and equip health workers with the latest skills in clinical practice at all levels. So our main objective is to strengthen the healthcare system's capacity and readiness in response and management of obstetric emergencies through simulation-based trainings. We are looking at maternal health for now. This is what we are considering because it's the biggest challenge in the region now of Elgon region. Our specific objectives is to equip health workers with the up-to-date skills in patient management through simulation-based trainings. To integrate simulation in clinical practice in CMEs, I beg to take more time here. Why simulation in clinical practice? We know that you will not train yourself on a patient, but simulation is a self-learning environment. And we have also seen this. People who have done support supervision can agree with me that you go to a health facility, they refer a mother without a basic intervention like catheterization. Why? Because, and the referrals that come at my regional hospital and other regional referral hospitals, they say further management. But what is that further management? A simple procedure that a nurse, a midwife, who if was empowered, if you look at PPH, massaging of the uterus, it's a skill someone can do right from a health center 2. But this mother is referred from health center 3, and we know that for our scope is Elgon region, is a region which is having those mountainous areas, hard to reach areas. So by the time a mother moves down one mountain, up another, and down into the valley where Mbale Regional Referral Hospital is located, we have lost that mother, or they're going to reach in a state whereby all the interventions available may not enable us to save this mother. So that's why we want to, as SIM to Save network, to integrate simulation in clinical practice such that a mother can be in the hands of a health worker in a health center 3 or 2, where they have reported managing them with this knowledge. The next is to increase healthcare provider proficiency in managing obstetric emergencies. We all know that PPH has interventions that can be done if our health workers are trained. So our proposed activities is 1, to carry out the baseline assessment of the readiness of utilization of simulation in a clinical setting, and to train in-service health workers on conducting simulations, because in these teaching hospitals, like we're talking about the journey of nursing education, we need to continue training, conduct simulation-based trainings in management of these obstetric emergencies up to health center tools. This is a practical intervention that's going to go down and reach even the health worker in a health center too. Next, to collect data on the impact. Of course, we have to weigh and measure the impact of our projects after a given period of time. So we believe that the activities of the SIM to Save network shall increase on the skills. The skill I'm emphasizing. We have done a lot on knowledge. We have done the words, teaching people theories, the Zoom, we have CPD programs, all those things than theory. But through this project, we shall have the skills, and this will amount into a reduction in these maternal deaths in the Elgon region and the country at large. We hope that as this project yields fruit in Elgon region, where we are starting, with the support and the knowledge and everyone, we can extend this across the country. Even I think like Karamoja region, where we saw yesterday that is sparsely populated, but we have health facilities down there, isn't it? And are handling our mothers. So a special thanks to Seed Global Health that have believed in us and have supported us up to this level. Usitema University lecturers, recognize Madam Lydia Senyonga, she's in the house. We are using the simulation lab of Usitema under her. So special thanks. Anesthesia department, and Mr. Peter is here, has been so close to us, and people were talking of mentorship. I think these people have done a great job for us. And then thank Mbari Regional Referral Hospital for allowing us to do this in the hospital. Thank you so much.
A round of applause to him. Now the students are taking on continuous professional development for in-service practitioners. I think that is exciting. Thank you very much for that presentation. Let us have Rita, if she's online. Is Rita there?
Yes, please. Yes,
Please
I'm
go on
there.
and give your presentation. Please start at the point you had stopped. I hope we can remember.
Oh, all right. Yes, so once again, sorry about the network challenges that we faced earlier. So I'll take us a bit back. So this study, we're assessing the utilization of ChatGPT and other AI tools among medical faculty in Uganda. Medical faculty, these include the academic staff at the university. These are the lecturers at the university. So in this, we wanted to find out, one, what proportion of the medical faculty are using these AI tools, and then what are the common AI tools that are being used by these medical faculty. We also wanted to find out what these AI tools are being used for by the lecturers. Additionally, we went ahead, wanted to assess for the factors that are associated with the use of AI tools among medical faculty in Uganda. And this was a cross-sectional study involving mainly quantitative methods of data collection, and it was at 4 public universities, that is Gulu University, Mbara University, Makerere University, and then Busitema University. Our study population, that was medical faculty, and this we are looking at the lecturers at the selected universities, as we have noted the 4 public universities, and these were consecutively recruited into the study until we attained our desired sample size, which was 224. And in this regard, our outcome was the use of AI tools among lecturers at these universities. We analyzed the data descriptively in Starter version 17.0. What did we find out? We found out that actually almost all, that was 90% of the lecturers that participated in the study had ever heard about AI tools. And regarding the use, only 63.4% had used or were actually using AI tools. And that shows the difference between how many have actually heard about it and the actual use. Regarding the common AI tools used by the lecturers, majority, that was over 50%, were using ChatGPT. Some, that's about 7%, were using Quillbot AI. Some reported use of desktop AI, and others reported use of Bing AI, as we shall see. Next slide. Yes, so this shows the different AI tools that are being used by lecturers in the different universities. So we can see that ChatGPT takes the biggest proportion, the biggest percentage. And some lecturers reported use of Bard AI and Snapchat AI. So we note that as students are actually using AI tools, also the lecturers are actively using these AI tools. Regarding what the medical faculty are using these AI tools for, the previous slide. Hello? Yes. Regarding the uses, majority, that's over 56, reported use of these AI tools for research writing. Some reported using AI tools for preparing lessons, others setting exams and assignments. Some were using these AI tools for proofreading their work, summarizing information, translating, and also transcription. So we note that as well, some were using the AI tools for generating PowerPoint presentations. And notably, a few were also using them in clinical decision-making. Yes. Additionally, also, medical faculty reported that they were using AI tools for some other non-academic uses, and these most reported that they were using AI tools as a personal assistant. That's on our next slide. Yes. Next. Yeah, most reported using AI tools as a personal assistant. Some reported using them for spiritual growth, some for counseling, and then also emotional support. So there's actually a need to assess the impact of these AI tools on the mental and ideally the social life of both the lecturers and the students. Next, you can go next. So the next, when we look at what factors were indeed associated with the use of AI tools among medical faculty, we found out that medical faculty that were older than 50 years were 40% less likely to use AI tools as compared to the young ones. Yeah, ideally, in most cases, the young ones are more exposed to AI probably through the social media networks and the other digital platforms. So that could probably explain why the older faculty were less likely to use these AI tools. And also, older faculty are sometimes often pessimistic to just take up technology. We also observed that there was a variation in use of AI tools across universities, whereby medical faculty at Makerere University were 32% less likely to use AI tools as compared to those at Gulu University. So we shall go ahead. Ideally, in conclusion, we found out that the use of AI tools amongst medical faculty in Uganda was high. And we note that older faculty were actually less likely to use AI tools as compared to the young faculty. I believe our results really call for, there is need for training on AI tools in education for both the students and the lecturers. And as well, there is need for formulation of policies and guidelines in order to adequately prepare the lecturers for the possible integration of AI use in medical education. We acknowledge our dear research assistants at the various universities, the participants for taking part in the study, and HEPI for the support, the implementation of this study. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Rita. That's really interesting. I was surprised that 10% of the lecturers have never heard of AI. That was really a surprising finding, and that 90% of the compared 63.4% of the faculty use AI compared to the students, where we had that 90% of them use it. Let's give a round of applause to all our presenters, and I'm going to hand over to my co-moderator to moderate the discussion.
Yes, thank you so much. My name is David Mukunya, and we are going to have 10 minutes. So I'll give everyone 1 minute, no, less than 1 minute for a question, but one question for those who have questions. To just remind everyone, we had 6 presentations. The first was from Professor Dan Kaye, who was telling us about digital platforms to promote healthcare provider community of practice for abortion care, followed by Godfrey Siru, who was telling us about simulation-based training to improve neonatal intensive care services in Karamoja. Then we had Rita Nantale, who was telling us about the use of AI in among medical faculty. Then John Baptist Senyondwa was telling us about SAGISES. Then our Dr. Joshua Putai was telling us about simulation among nursing students. And then Sim to Save, Gidudu Crispus, the student who's going to teach in-service workers. Yes, questions are now welcome. Yes, we have Dr. Agnes Arach. And neighbor, yes.
Yeah,
Agnes.
thank you so much. My name is Agnes Arach from Lira University. My question goes to Dr. Godfrey Siru. Simulation based on, research session training based on simulation. I just want to find out how do you guys plan to retain the skills that the health workers have got, basing on the health workforce challenges that we normally experience with training health workers in resource-constrained areas. Then the second question and the last one goes to my senior, Dr. Dan. I just want to find out how has been the impact of this digital platform training for the health workers, especially on the morbidity and the mortality of mothers in the area where this is concentrated. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes. All right. Then you have a new one behind there. Yes. Then you'll use this one after.
Thank you very much. I have one question for the presenter on surgical services. My main concern here is, do you plan a curriculum with well-designed case-based video simulation on surgical practice? And if that is the case, or whatever plan it is, how much practical experience do you think will be adequate enough for the surgeons who are going to be undergoing this kind of approach to training? And finally, on the community of practice, the approaches seems to be something which would be very good if it is translated down into the communities, down in the village where the population is. Now, what is there in place to translate these approaches to the population down? Because I see it is more to do with the healthcare professionals. What about the community down who are going through these issues of abortion?
Yeah, thank you. My name is Eric Okek. I am a PhD student at CHS, but I also teach some course units at master's class. That brings me to my question is on AI. I think to Nantale. I'm interested to know if you did a key informants interview with the university administrations where you did your study from. What was the opinion about AI? Because especially ChatGPT, because it looks like lecturers are utilizing this individually, and we have always had a hot discussion in the PhD Fellows Forum where some people are promoting it, others are saying it's a bad thing, others are saying university has not come out clearly to guide, and some students are being punished for using it, others are being given better marks for using it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And maybe I'll have one question for Joshua. Joshua, is there a possibility of using AI to help simulation training? Yes. So I'll ask everyone to answer 1 minute, and that will be it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. The question to me was whether it has had an impact on data. Maybe what I didn't indicate, I only said that each of the facilities was given a mobile phone or a tablet for collecting data. Now, from our observations, the severe morbidity and mortality has markedly declined because the same skills. Now, I'm being very honest and with respect for some of people who have different values and opinions. The same skills used to provide safe abortion are the same skills used to provide post-abortion care. So once people are given the training, we warn them that the law does not prohibit. But depending on their values, some people are too value clarified and are willing to provide safe abortion. So when we collect data, the data has shown that morbidity has increased because some of this data is independent reported. Once you see a patient, you enter the data in an application, it's submitted. So I've noticed that morbidity and mortality has markedly decreased, much as the recording on the facilities definitely has issues. Some people don't record, but the data they submit anonymously shows markedly decreased morbidity and mortality from abortion.
Thank you so much. And I think I had one question from Agnes. How do we plan to retain the skills vis-a-vis the high workloads? I want to say that from my experience, what we have seen is that high workloads mainly inhibit or take away the time from the healthcare workers to really do what they're supposed to do at a given time. But we have also learned that if they have that time to do after this training, they actually do the correct things. But what we have done beyond that, as I mentioned, is that we have established clinical skills within these two hospitals, and we usually support healthcare workers who have skills gaps to actually utilize these skills. We have also an app that has been put up by Mbarara University of Science and Technology, which tracks we encourage these healthcare workers to do practice regularly, and this app actually tracks the number of sessions this health worker has undertaken, how many mistakes this healthcare workers has performed. So it helps us to track how these healthcare workers are actually practicing and retaining their skills. So based on the findings of that application, we usually either reorganize refresher trainings, or we do mentorships, as I said, with the professional national mentors. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, moderator. My question was, is there a possibility to use AI in simulation? And my answer would be yes. And I think as a country, that's where we should go. And in other settings, people are starting to come up with virtual simulations where learners are able to connect and experience simulation remotely. And I think that's where we should go, especially with the context where we are, for example, in Karamoja, where facilities are very far, then virtual simulation or AI simulation would serve. We have students who have issues with upgrading from diploma to bachelor's level, and they want to learn simulation wherever they are, the facilities where they are. So I think that there's a big possibility for us to utilize virtual simulation, AI simulation in our setting. The question would be, is that, are we ready to embrace AI in our setting? Thank you.
We had some questions online, but also I think Rita had a comment. And then I'll also ask Professor Chiguli to comment about this AI issue. Yes, it will be good to get a comment from you.
Thank you. I'll pass that to Professor Muyinda. He will comment on the AI issue. I know he has presented and he has some, I think, more information. But I think what is important is it's good to use AI, but the students should know what they are using, why they are using it, and how they are using it. And they should also know what they expect to get at the end of it. What knowledge, but also encourage them to use it to promote their critical thinking, not to use it because it's easy to give in an assignment. And I think that's what we should be teaching, but also how does it enable students get the competencies that we expect them to get? If you want them to use it, how will it help them apply the knowledge in the clinical setting where we want them to practice? I think that is what I would say. The comment online was that AI is good, simulation is good, but it may not be able to teach students the attitudes as on the word. I don't agree with that. I think even you can put some of those scenarios to enable students learn the attitudes, and probably because of lack of IT, the older faculty may not be able to embrace AI. Those were comments online. Prof, are you in position to comment?
Thank you very much for giving me the microphone rather unexpectedly. But What I can say is that whenever any new technology is being introduced, there's always skepticism. There will always be those people who will be skeptical and say it will not work. And then there will be those who will say it will work. And those who say it will work, take it on and they find a lot of use for it. If I can give the history of education, for example, at a time when pencil was being introduced in early childhood education, many people said the kids are going to pierce each other. So we should not introduce a pencil. And there was a lot of debate on that. No, these are kids. We cannot introduce pencils to them. They are going to pierce each other. But later on, of course, pencils were introduced and the kids started using pencils, and up to now they use pencils. So this debate is very healthy, that there will be a lot of people who will fear technology. But as we make good use of technology, we can always be able to get the best out of it. And for those who are saying whether the attitudes will be taught or not, we are not saying that you're going to go simulations alone. I think the thing that we should be talking about is hybridization or blended teaching and learning, so that you pick the best out of each method. I think that's the best we could be able to pick from here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your comment. I don't think I'll ever forget the pencil example. Yes, and I think this brings us to the end of our, let's give a round of applause to our presenters. Thank you so much. We have learned so much, and now we want to hand over the microphone to the next session that is going to be modulated by Dr. Kajumbula. Yes, Dr. Richard Kajumbula. Thank you.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Now, Professor Chiguri, we shall go, I think, up to about half past 1. We are going to have a distinguished panel of experts to again discuss issues to do with e-learning in health professional education. And I call upon my panel, Professor Paul Mwinda Birevu, you can come up here. Dr. Rebecca Nekeka. We have Miss Claire Nanchinga. We have Professor Edward Kumakech. We have Mr. Matthias Muruhura. And Dr. Mike Kagawa, don't that you are around. I've been trying to trace Dr. Mike Kagawa. So, colleagues, we are going to discuss some pertinent issues in e-learning, but by way of introduction, maybe I can talk about the experts here. Professor Paul Mwinda Birevu, when I talk about you, can just wave to the people, then I'm talking about you. Professor Paul Mwinda Birevu is the director of the Institute of Open Distance and E-Learning at Makerere University, a professor of e-learning, and is in the College of Education and External Studies, well practiced and schooled in e-learning. Dr. Rebecca Nekeka is a lecturer in Wisdom University and an e-learning champion and advocate. Miss Claire Nanchinga is a lecturer and nurse, and she told me, you must say, I'm a nurse, you must say it. So I've said it, she's a lecturer and a nurse. Yes, from Clark International University. So, yeah, very good. Professor Edward Kumakech from Lira University, from the Faculty of Nursing and Midwifery, where he was a dean and also an ardent practitioner of e-learning. Then Mr. Matthias Muruhura is a medical student in Makerere University. So that is our distinguished panel, which are going to discuss some questions. I'm going to give each of them a few minutes, like 5, to comment on the issues that I'm going to mention. Maybe I'll start with Professor Paul Vilevumuinda. Here we are talking about e-learning in health professional education. And we have had people saying that e-learning may not be possible when you're teaching doctors, because you can't teach doctors online, because health professionals do what I can call practical things. Okay? Now, and from yesterday, we have, of course, seen partly that, yeah, this e-learning is important in health education, but you can still throw more light, especially talk about issues of quality assurance also, because there are questions that come around quality assurance. So over to you, Professor Muinda.
Thank you so much for your kind introduction and the question that you have posed. You have indicated the question that can e-learning work in clinical, practical things, because health educators are always in practical aspects. Of course, my answer, everyone will know it's yes, because as we are here, the majority of us, I think over 90% here are health educators. But here we are, what practical things are we doing now? No? But we are sharing knowledge, not so? We are sharing knowledge, we are learning, and that means that it means that health professionals also have a time when they are not in the hospitals, when they are not on the ward. And I think the greatest time, maybe if I'm not mistaken, by the way, you tell me I'm mistaken, and I will be able to take it. The biggest time they may be having also is that time when they are preparing to go to the ward, that time when they are preparing to do a surgery, that time when they are preparing to learn something. People have talked about simulations here, and I'm happy that the students have seen this as the best method to try out as a makerspace where they can be allowed to make mistakes and so on before they can then go to the practical element. So for me, my answer is therefore, yes, e-learning can be practiced and can be very helpful to the medical practitioners, because the question I can ask here is, who of you here since now has not pressed their mobile phone for anything? Is there anyone who can be able to say, since morning I've not been able to touch my phone? You put up your hand if you have not been able. Yes, the one without a phone. And is there anyone now without a phone? You see, when people talk about e-learning, many quickly go to internet. They quickly go to internet, but it's not about internet. It's about use of technology in anything that you do. Who has never accessed a soft copy of materials on their computer, on their mobile phone? Who has never? Put up your hand if you have never. Who has never used a projector in teaching or in viewing what is being taught? Who has never used an email? That's what we are talking about. E-learning is as simple as that. It's not anything magical. But when you talk about e-learning, people quickly think about the learning management systems. They quickly think about internet. It's not. So, Chair, that's what I can be able to say.
Thank you so much. And do we have to worry about the quality?
Yes, we have to worry about the quality. We really have to worry about the quality. And in most cases, for me, as an e-learning student, sometimes I even find the quality in non-e-learning things as more wanting than in e-learning. Because if somebody can be able to show me what they have done, and they can be able to even see it many years down the road, I can be able to evaluate it and know that this was quality work or not. But if I'm in a classroom teaching here, and whatever I do in the classroom is between me and the students, no one else can ever see. So there's more care actually taken when you're teaching online than when you're teaching in the classroom. So, but of course, you can always say that quality in the classroom may be there, and quality in the online environment or the e-learning environment may be there or may not be there. It depends on the measures you put in place to ensure quality. If you have not put in place measures to ensure quality in the classroom teaching, face-to-face teaching, there will be no quality. If you have not put in place measures to ensure quality in online teaching or e-learning, there will be no quality. So either way, you need to put in place safeguards for quality assurance.
Thank you so much, Prof. Mda, because that's usually the worry. When people say they're going online, then they think that what we do online is of poor quality, what we do physically is of good quality. But all of us, at least during the COVID-19 period, we all accepted that we have to produce the quality online. We must, even if we think it's not there. Thank you so much, Prof. Muinda. Dr. Rebecca Nekeka, sometimes when we are implementing e-learning initiatives, especially in institutions of higher learning, we find resistance from, say, administrators, maybe fellow lecturers. What strategies do you think we can put in place to, have that uptake, to improve? Because, we have struggled. Many of you who are champions of e-learning here, you have trained people, then they go back their old ways. Then you try, they go back their old ways. But I don't know what strategies you can maybe, as an expert, practitioner, and champion, talk about that can help improve the uptake of e-learning.
Thank you. Improving uptake of e-learning or technology use, there are a number of strategies that we need to put in place, knowing that this came in especially when we got into COVID and we had no choice but to really scale up this. One of the strategies is training and professional development. We've had the initial trainings, especially during COVID, but is that enough? But we need to think about continuous professional development for the staff and be able to even encourage peer learning between the different lecturers. Now that we have people at different levels, we also need to think about incentives and recognition in our different universities. Is it possible for the leadership to actually pick out those 2 lecturers that have been able to upload their courses, that have been able to teach, and recognize them? By the way, I got a laptop from Busitema University for a number of us, about 4 from the faculty were given laptops. And to me, that is an incentive. It's a recognition of effort put in, and I'm willing to continue. And in that way, I am able to support other lecturers. The other strategies, tailored support. It is not one shoe fits all. We have just seen from the study that the older people were very hesitant to take up, to use artificial intelligence. And we know that we have had different generations. So if we go for the training, why do you put all of us below 40, above 40, 60 plus in the same class? We need tailored support for the young ones and then for the older ones, so that we have, the professor might be feeling ashamed to say, I don't know this because there's a young one there, and they are feeling like, how can I even say that? But if we can tailor support and maybe bring in the learning, the cross-learning at a later time, after we've addressed the needs of the different groups, I think that will be very helpful, rather than having everybody in the same class, everybody learning the same thing. Definitely, with the young ones who run ahead, we have grown up using these things and they are not a problem. The other strategy is infrastructure and resources. Our universities need to look out. Infrastructure is not the building. We now need infrastructure for e-learning. Where is the software? If I need my laptop to be upgraded, or I need a certain software, is it available? Can I walk somewhere and have it? We have seen people selling to us software within the university. You're teaching in this very university and you have to pay for software, which is a bit, now why should I pay for software that is going to help me teach students? Why doesn't the university provide that? And then the other one is flexible policies. We do not have policies that support e-learning. We had a scenario last semester. I've taught online and I felt like I should assess online because I now know what to do. I can run my exam and do it very well.
And then the leader says, no, with our policy does not allow. You cannot assess students online. And in fact, they were believing that there is more cheating when you assess online than when you assess physical. And I was disagreeing and saying we have seen more exam leakage in the classroom. If I know what to do with my online exam, I can reshuffle questions. No student will cheat that exam. So there is need to have flexible policies and also policies that allow us experiment a little bit. They shouldn't be so strict and this is it. It must be a red paper mark sheet. You must submit it and that is it. Can the leadership think about flexibility in some of the things? And I think the other bit is demonstrate value for going online. We are struggling with buildings. We don't have space. But again, the same people who don't have money to build their buildings are saying do not teach online. Don't go online. Yet this actually, the virtual space is very key. If I have 100 students and I can go online and group them, then I'm not going to demand for your lecture rooms also. The other bit that people fear, you will not be able to, the students won't learn, is because we have not learned how to teach interactively while teaching online, which is also a skill that we can learn, that I can actually do breakaway rooms. I can group the students, they can work in small groups and they can be able to learn very effectively. Lastly is monitoring and evaluation. Now, from the time we started the online teaching from COVID, what is our M&E framework? Where are we? Where did we start? Where are we now? How many of our staff are at a certain level? And how many are still struggling? And what support do they need? I think we need to think about our monitoring and evaluation and learning framework to be able to move us forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nekeka. In fact, that last point has reminded me, someone said that in Uganda, we are good at planning and implementing, but when it comes to monitoring and evaluation, so we keep making the same mistakes every other time. But to go still on a macro, bigger level, Miss Claire Nanchinga, again, administratively, strategically, what do you think still institutions can do to really, improve the e-learning for health professional education?
Okay, thank you so much. E-learning has been evolving over time. I remember when I was an undergraduate student at Mbara University, we used to have webinars organized by Professor Maling, and this would usually be done via Skype in a small kind of like a room where not everyone would fit. So many people would miss out on the webinars, on the important information. But currently, we at least have a number of platforms that can be used to teach students and enhance learning. So what institutions should do is, one, to support students, because usually we always get new students every academic year who will need orientation on these learning platforms like Zoom, Google Meet, Google Classroom, and many other learning platforms, because sometimes you may assume that the students are well exposed because they have smartphones, which is actually not the reality. You find that some are even frustrated. They're like, I don't find sense in this. So we need always support these students, orient them on how to navigate these programs to make sure that e-learning takes place the way we plan to have it implemented. The other strategy could be evaluation of e-learning services at our institutions. This can be done in conjunction with the IT departments and the quality assurance teams to ensure that our lecturers and students are well versed with learning facilities available, learning assessment options that we have for the students, because a lot of technology is taking place. There's a lot of advancements. Like she said, you can set a question, reshuffle them. And so everyone needs to know, have those skills of how to assess students. How are you going to reshuffle these MCQs so that student 1, student 10 don't have the same arrangement for those MCQs, so that there is quality and we limit on cheating and make sure that e-learning smoothly takes place in our institutions. We also need to carry out mentorship for staff, like platforms like Odell. So if you have been in an institution where you've not been using distance learning platforms like Odell and you're introduced to a new one, or you go somewhere else where they're implementing such learning facilities, you need to be oriented. Staff need to be given time to adjust and also learn how to use such facilities. And then also, the IT department need to support the staff. For example, issues of artificial intelligence, ChatGPT. We've seen 2 presenters saying that there was a variation in acquisition and use of these learning platforms, use of artificial intelligence. The young ones are well versed with the use of AI compared to the old ones. So we need to bridge that gap and bring everyone on board and make sure that we are well equipped with the skills. And the other thing is we need to make sure there is a conducive e-learning environment for both the students and staff, provide good internet. We could also have those fancy recording rooms where we can have a lecture recorded and give it to students, record simulation sessions, and have links provided to students to access them, for example, on the Odell platforms, so that there's continued access to this information, so that students get to learn more and get to enjoy e-learning compared to when we are not giving them a lot of that support. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Claire. You said learners need to be supported. We have here Mr. Muruhura. He's a learner, and I know that he's a beneficiary or a victim of e-learning, whichever side you decide to take. Yeah, I want to hear from you, from your own perspective. How do you view the uptake of e-learning among your peers? Those who are positive, probably why are they positive? Those who are negative, probably why? And maybe what you think we should do, because people may be interested in knowing from your side, what do you think we as administrators should do to improve this? Over to you, Mr. Muruhura.
Thank you so much, moderator. My name is Matthias Mura once again, and a student leader at Makerere University. I would not move forward without acknowledging the opportunity that has been given to me to come to speak to such a congregation in the presence of such distinguished people in the medical fraternity. Maybe a quick one. Previously, my first encounter to come and attend such a conference, I attended as an usher, but then now I'm coming in as a panelist, and I can't move without acknowledging that. I'd like to thank Professor Sarah Chiguli for the opportunity. Answering the question, e-learning uptake has been tremendously increasing amongst medical students because of the different factors. From the findings of the ChatGPT study, you realize that the young people are at a higher advantage compared to the older ones, because the young people are flexible. They tend to get new interventions very fast compared to other colleagues, if I may say. And we cannot downplay the advancements in technology that have happened over the years. And also, with the COVID pandemic, we cannot downplay the effects that the COVID pandemic brought, where students couldn't access classes. But then, even with that, there are challenges that students face, and in the long run, those challenges tend to affect the quality of their education. For example, in an online setting, there is less engagement and motivation. I'm speaking from a perspective of a student where an online class is happening and a student is in their rooms. In one way or another, at the moment when, let's say, they think the lecture is not going as they would have wanted, you would find them sleeping. And then at the end of the day, you find that they don't have, they are not acquainted with the knowledge that they're supposed to obtain. And then also another point is interaction and collaboration. I realize that in an online setting, it is hard for students to get to interact with their peers. And then you find that a student in 5th year does not know his fellow students that they do study with at the end of the 5-year program, which is a little bit alarming because there's less interaction and collaboration moving forward. And it is important to note that because they're going to work together at the end of the day, so we need to, it is better if we had more engagement sessions like the previous speakers have elaborated so that they bridge that gap. But then also, there's an issue of support services considering usage of those electronic platforms. I will not downplay that that the students are flexible, but then still there's some platforms that they may not be able to use in case they are not well oriented. And I think if the teachers and the lecturers are able to address that issue as students are being initiated into the teaching platforms, I think that could solve some of the issues they face as they access education using those platforms.
Thank you so much, Mr. Muruhura. You have said something very, very pertinent and which we need a solution where learners do not interact across the different years. So you're saying that in the medical fraternity, if I'm a 3rd year, I'm going to work in the hospital with a certain 4th year or 5th year. So if I'm studying wherever I'm studying from, by the time I graduate, I may not have interacted with other colleagues in other years, even if I would have interacted with colleagues in the same year. Okay, so thank you so much. There's an issue that is also pertinent in e-learning, the issue of inclusivity. Sometimes when we are with learners in a physical environment, you can know this one is blind, this one doesn't see well, this one, okay? Now, when it comes to e-learning, how can we handle inclusivity? Maybe Professor Kumakech, you can give a comment on inclusivity in e-learning, because it may actually be creating exclusivity. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. As I was introduced earlier, I come from the nursing background, but my first encounter with e-learning was in the year 2004 at Mbarara University of Science and Technology, where I was admitted as a student in the International Masters of Public Health. And that was a collaboration between MAST and Lund University in Sweden. And most of the teachers were actually based in Sweden. And so there were physical classes at MAST, but there were also periods when we log into the learning management system and we interface with the professors in Sweden at Lund University. And there is this small aspect which is called discussion forum. It is based on the thing, and we would actually discuss with other students based in other parts of the world who were also enrolled in the program. And then my second interface with e-learning is in the year 2020, after the COVID pandemic outbreak. I was part of the Mbarara University of Science and Technology HEPI Twitter project. And I think some of the investigators are here, Professor Maling, Dr. Edith Wakida. So our initial project was supposed to be physical classes with the students. But when COVID came, the schools were closed. It became a problem. How would we deliver these physical classes? So that was the time when e-learning platform was built, and we developed contents, video lectures, and this was uploaded into the e-learning platform, and the students were accessing these materials remotely and we had other options of interacting with them. So, and then my third interaction with e-learning was actually in 2021, when these very professors here, Professor Paul and even himself, were sent by Seed Global Health to Lira University to come and train us as faculties to integrate ODEL, open distance e-learning, into our programs at Lira University. So I had physical lectures. I was a student. They actually taught us how to integrate our courses. So coming to the question you have raised, how can we make e-learning inclusive? Ladies and gentlemen, I want to say that the e-learning platforms that are used have several features that can make it very inclusive to various types of learners. It actually starts by creating an account, and these accounts are individual. So each student has individual accounts created. And so you are actually able to see the students individually. So if this one is disabled, this one has physical eye problem, this one has hearing impairment, you would be able to know the students as the accounts are being opened. And then the e-learning platforms, they can host multimedia options. You can upload audio recorded lectures or sessions. You can upload videos. You can upload PDFs or even simulations. And actually for our HEPI Twitter project, we had all these options available for the student, and we have been monitoring which one the students choose most. Actually, we realize most of the students choose the PDF. So it gives us how many downloads of each content material is being uploaded by the students. Most students were downloading the audios, the PDFs compared to the videos. And we tried to inquire why. We realized it was the issue of the data. They said the videos take much data, so the PDFs are okay. And we were also able to monitor repeated what? Downloads. Somebody downloaded twice, second time. That gives aspect of convenience. And somebody is able to download at their convenient time and learn at their own pace. Maybe during the first download, they have not understood, they download again and go through it again and again. And then the other aspect I want to say is the e-learning platforms have other features like screen readers. If it is enabled, it will actually read the screen. Now imagine somebody who is blind, okay? The system will read from them the content, and they are able to hear it. It also has features like captioning for videos. So somebody who is deaf cannot hear, but is able to see, will see the captions on the what? On the videos. And then keyboard navigators are also there. So the keyboard just automatically moves to the next slide. The font sizes can even be adjusted. You can enlarge it or shrink it. And the color contrast can all be changed. And then one feature, moderator, I wanted to mention is also multilingual support. So you can activate different languages. If at the time of your account registration, you said, for me, I want it in English, the content is automatically translated for you into English. If you want it in a specific language, it is automatically, the course material is translated. And this brings the issue also inclusivity of people with diverse backgrounds. Maybe those who cannot speak English and they want it in Luganda, and you can activate that feature. Another thing I want to say is that the issue of personalized learning. We know as teachers, the learners have different paces of learning. There are those who are fast learners, there are those who are very slow, there are those who need to be supported. And in the system, using e-learning platform, you can actually see the one who is learning slowly and he needs special attention. And this one can be able to be given like relevant resources that they need, specific for their needs, so that the class does not feel, you are pulling us back. We have already understood that content. So you say, for you, first go through this material. And then I want to come back the aspect of community building. My colleague here was saying, you know, we know my colleague in second year, third year, or fifth year. But there are features in the e-learning platform where, as I mentioned earlier, you can create groups. You can collaborate. There's even features for collaboration. There is a feature for discussion forum, project groups. It is just training the faculty on how to use this. Lastly, moderator, the e-learning platforms are compatible with various devices. They can work with computers, laptops, smartphones. And for our HEPI project, most of the students, actually 100%, were accessing it through their smartphones. They were accessing the course content through their smartphone. And that also is an aspect of increasing inclusivity. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Professor Kumakech, for all those very many approaches to including inclusivity. Of course, also including, I would say, blending our courses and combining synchronous and asynchronous approaches to learning. So that a learner, say who is in a place with poor network, can access the system when network is on, then they go for and they download resources and read them later, let alone the offline version of Moodle, because Moodle, which many of us are using, has an offline version where you can work when you have no network. Once you go to the network, it synchronizes with the other. So there's a lot of inclusivity, and don't let people drop out of school because this is e-learning. And I know that all those can again be handled with the artificial intelligence tools right now, all those things, including translation. But Dr. Nekeka, what is your stand on this artificial intelligence thing in e-learning? Of course, a lot has been said. So on top of what has been said, what's your advice? Should we continue as health professionals in this thing, or we should say, artificial intelligence for other people? For me, I have heard everything that has been said, but this is what I suggest. Yes.
Thank you. Yeah, so just like Zoom came and all these other tools came, and in the beginning it was hard to use them, but we've learned, and artificial intelligence is here. And the fact is, as educators, we need to know that the generations have changed and technology is taking over. And earlier we adapt and adopt some of these things, the better. We may try to fight it, just like we saw that the students are using it and the teachers don't know about it. And some teachers are learning to use it. The students are running ahead of us, and we have no choice but to catch up with them. Otherwise, we are going to, what can I say? We will find ourselves in a situation where we cannot handle the students. The students are too much for you, and the teacher, you find yourself not relevant. I keep telling my colleagues, for example, with the new curriculum, the current children in secondary school are actually learning a lot of IT. My daughter in senior 2 has an email. She surprised me and sent me an email. She asked, "What is your email?" I gave her, and she sent me an email. "Hello, mommy, this is my email. I just wanted you to know that I'm now on email." And so we may try to pretend, go to class and continue with our old methods of teaching and think that the students are not using it. They actually hide. Some of us even tell them, "Put away your phones. Don't you know that I'm in class?" But in a few minutes, they are off and they are back to their phones. How about if we used the phones to teach them? How about if we adopted the artificial intelligence and used it for the good? There are online games that we can use. I tried out one with the students. I said, "Get your phones. Let's go. Get this game. Get to the Play app. Download it." I set my 5 MCQs. You log in and I see, have you understood what I've taught? So when they learn that we know what they know and we can use it for learning, then they will not hide. Yeah, so I think as teachers, we just need to train ourselves. We need to accept artificial intelligence is here. We are doing a lot with it. Recently, a colleague in agriculture, I think they were using it to diagnose. They've developed an app to diagnose crop diseases. I was seeing yesterday another article from a colleague who has just left Busitema from Nagongera campus. She has come up, she got funding, and I think she has joined Makerere. She's using artificial intelligence to diagnose cervical cancer. And so if people are already using it for this, how do we put our heads down in teaching? We need to see how to use it. By the way, I use it and I use it very well.
Thank you so much. In fact, because there's a colleague here who said today that they have come up with a detection tool to try and detect. On Tuesday this week, Prof. Mina, if you can remember, we had a guest in our seminar series, and that researcher, the project was to research on the efficiency of AI detection tools. He's a professor in a university. And his conclusion was no tool can detect. They're all inefficient. Actually, the best, he had said, can only do it up to 20%, because the problem, you can tell the AI tool to design an essay. Then you tell it to humanize it, tell it to paraphrase it. Then there's even a paraphrasing tool. Then after that, you even include your own local examples. So he was saying that however much we try to do all these things, we can never detect. And I think I'll share with Professor Chiguli that paper so that she can search it and you see how far this gentleman went to research. Can you really detect artificial intelligence? And the answer was no. Because after someone puts it and ChatGPT produces an essay, the same person asks ChatGPT, humanize this essay. Then the same person gets the essay, goes to another tool which paraphrases the essay. Then from there, the person sits at night and includes something. So it's hard to, and that professor told us that it is hard. Don't just adjust your assessment methods. You will never stop this, because people are very tricky. They will always do that. And that one, of course, has an impact on our assessment. Professor Mwinda, are there authentic assessments? Are there assessments that are alternative assessments that we can maybe use given this new dispensation now where we are? Because people are questioning quality. Now ChatGPT, they have told us this week, the gentleman told us, in fact, many colleagues came out of that seminar very sad. Many lecturers were very sad because he told them you can never detect. You can, and for me, I've stood next to someone who knows these things, and I saw them posing a question, and they told the system to humanize. They even told the system number the points, reorganize them, paraphrase them, humanize the language, put examples in Africa, and the thing was, you see in where in Ghana, all those things I saw, and I was seeing them happening, and the person was doing them on the computer. And then I'm going to submit this one, but at night I'm going to go and try to put in my language a little, and that is it. And where we have 300 essays, 200 essays, how much time are we going to spend investigating every learner? So we need to up again. But first, I mean, authentic assessment, alternative assessment.
Thank you very much. The debate is really becoming very interesting. Now, one thing that I see with our education system, us in Uganda, is that when I'm a teacher, I want to challenge the student to see that they don't know. And I want to challenge the student to see that I give them questions that they cannot be able to answer. But we forget that the students have come to learn. And for me, as a professor, if my student goes away having learned something, that's the best for me. But in Uganda or in Africa, it's the other way around. We just want to challenge the students. So the purpose of education is about learning, to know whether the learner has learned. And that's why when we are designing curriculum, we design it with what we call learning outcomes. What has the learner learned by the end in terms of knowledge? What skills do these learners have at the end of and what values have they gained? I think as a professor or as a teacher, we should be so much preoccupied with learning. Has my learner learned? Whichever method they have used to learn, it shouldn't be my preoccupation. If the learner has used ChatGPT to learn, and he or she can prove that they have learned. If they have used ChatGPT to learn to do a surgical operation, and in my learning outcomes, I said that by the end of this lecture or this lesson, you should be able to perform a surgical operation. At the end of the day, if I can assess and be able to see that my learner can perform correctly a surgical operation, whether they have used ChatGPT or they have used e-learning or whatever they have used, I think that shouldn't be any problem to me. Therefore, for me, the kind of assessment that I advocate for and that I do now is authentic assessment. I don't want to test a student to see whether the student has crammed what I gave them. That's not with me. I want the students to claim that now they can be able to do, or they can be able to they have the knowledge which I put across for them to know, or they have the skills which I planned them to have. That's the most important thing. So there are a number of assessment methods which can help the professor or a teacher to be able to learn that their students actually have been able to gain the knowledge, or they have been able to gain the skills. For me, I always use an assessment method which we call a claim. A claim. If I want to find out whether members here have been able to understand what has been going on in this lecture, in this conference here, I don't have to ask them what was said in this conference. Because if you ask them what was said in this conference, then there are those who are good at cramming, they'll be able to replicate everything and tell you. But if you ask, if Professor Chigoli had learning outcomes for this conference, I can be able to ask the student to claim whether they have been able to attain those learning outcomes. Somebody will come up and say, yes, for me, I claim that I have been able to attain because I was able to ask a question. When the presenters were presenting, I was able to ask a question, and my question led me to actually understand this particular concept much better. And the question is here. This is the question I asked. Assume this is online. The person can even lead me to the question they asked. Or if it's a video, you can say, you see this video here. You see me? I was here presenting. I was here actually asking the question, and I can see the person asking the question. So if the intention was to make people interact in this conference, then I will know that I have attained that particular learning outcome, because the aim is learning. The aim is learning. The aim is not about somebody regurgitating for me what they have heard from here, but how they have been able to participate, how they have been able to achieve or to attain the learning outcome. So there are so many of those assessment. E-portfolio systems, for example, I saw Ian here. He doesn't remember, but he was one of those people who did an e-portfolio sometimes in 2009. An e-portfolio system is a system which gives the sequence of attainment of somebody's learning. If you are teaching students and the students can be able to exhibit that they are learning, they can be able to show you videos of how they were operating on a patient. In year one, videos of how they were discussing with their colleagues. That assessment is much better than a 2 hours assessment where you're asking somebody, how do you perform, how do you perform an hernia, whatever, surgery. Somebody can be able to claim, can be able to write for you how a hernia operation is done. But if I'm using the authentic assessment where I'm using an e-portfolio system to assess, these students normally go to wards. They do ward rounds. I remember my friends who are doing medicine, they take them around to different assignments. So they can be able to show their videos. Here, we were learning about hernia operation, and I was the one operating here. I can see the student very well. Here, we were now in the gynecology department. Of course, There are some things that may have some ethical issues, but in medicine, they have to show you. When medical education, they have to show you those things. For as long as you are supposed to be showing me how you can be able to do maybe an operation on a woman who is delivering or something like that, or to evidence that you can be able to do that. For me, that's assessment enough, not this assessment of cramming and then regurgitating. And so there are many assessments that we can always use other than the assessments that can easily be plagiarized and copied. And those are the ones that we are so much used to. And that's where the fear is. People are going to cheat. People are going to cheat. If I tell a student of business, for example, to go to a business community in their location and write a business plan for a trader there who doesn't have a business plan or a marketing plan for their goods and so on, and present it to us, then I will have assessed that one differently, other than asking a student, what does a marketing plan constitute of? What does a marketing plan constitute of? That one, of course, is a plagiarizable examination. But go to a trader nearby you and look at what they sell and develop a marketing plan for them. That is an authentic assessment. So as IT comes, it's bringing in even more critical ways of assessment. It's enabling us to have critical thinking, critical working, problem solving, and so on. So it all depends on whether we are trained to do that. I think the task at hand for those of us who are in this area is to be able to train people how to do that.
Thank you so much, Prof. Mwinda, and I thank my panel. I don't know whether Prof. Chiguri and the organizing committee knew that this session would go into lunchtime. That's why they never put discussion on the program. There's no discussion. It was not there. I bet you I look whether there's a discussion, but it was not, but I don't know whether there's just one person who has a comment. Someone who has just a comment, and we close.
Yes, I have a comment to thank the panel, to thank Dr. Richard Kajumbula for moderating, and to thank our panelists. Professor Muyinda, thank you very much for honoring our invitation. And ladies, as we learn to collaborate, cooperate, and develop partnerships, we should move beyond partnering with only health professionals. Okay, so we should move beyond our boundaries if we are to succeed in doing what we are supposed to do. So thank you very much. This team has actually made this session richer, and we should continue working with them to improve whatever we do in e-learning, not online learning. So that it's not only people being online, the blending, and as we are, I will not repeat, but even the students is not being online, but it goes back to us. We need to be trained. We need to have the professional development. Where we started yesterday, continuing professional development, we should be ready to continue learning for life. And that's the comment from online. So thank you very much, and thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Professor Chiguli. I thank my panel of experts. Thank you so much. Please give them a round of applause. We can approach any of them in the lunch hour and get more discussion. So I thank you so much for giving me the audience and the team. So thank you so much, colleagues. You can resume your seats. Bon appetit, if I'm supposed to say that anyway.
So lunch, it is now 37 past. So can we be here? How much time do we need? 30 minutes? 30 minutes? So if we can be here at 10 minutes past 2, I think that will be good. I know that some people may be traveling back today, and that's why I'm mindful of time. Otherwise, let's go have lunch, then we'll come back. Thank you. Yes. Here.
So we have Claire here. We have, I'm just confirming this, Clement. Yes, so we have Brenda. So I think we are waiting on to Isaac and Simon Peter. All right. So you're welcome, Professor, to the last session. You're not? All right. So far we have 3 presenters. Have you seen him? Who's the 4th? So 3 presenters. Okay. So let's start with these ones, as the rest either join or we need to confirm whether they're present or not around. All right. So I'm going to call upon the first presenter, Claire Nanchinga, who's going to take us through exploration of career choices among undergraduate nursing students in Kampala, Uganda. You're welcome. So I'll give you 10 minutes for the presentation and let's keep time. No? I think they're putting the health professions education. I think this is, so this is for the Eddie, the next person. This is for Capone. So let's display the presentation of Claire. She's going to tell us the experiences as one tries to choose what career they take on in the nursing profession. All right, the floor is yours. Thank you. You're welcome.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Claire Nanchinga, and I'm a HEPI Fellow from Clark International University. I am presenting findings from a study we did on the exploration of career choices among undergraduate nursing students in Kampala, Uganda. My mentors were Dr. Rose Clark Nanyonga, Dr. Scovia Mbalinda, and Miss Agnes Agwang. So career preference is a best step in an individual's professional journey, which helps to determine his or her affinity for aversion towards a specific profession. So in this regard, we are looking at nursing students being able to choose a line of interest in the field of nursing. And understanding job preferences among undergraduate nursing students is crucial, as it marks a pivotal transition from educational preparation to career initiation. So in today's diverse professional landscape, selecting the right career path is paramount for students to align with their needs and interests, ensuring a focused and fulfilling career journey post-graduation. So this study involved 4th-year undergraduate nursing students, as we know that the final year of education is a link between university education and then employment. So the purpose of the study was to explore career choices among undergraduate nursing students in Kampala, Uganda. The study design, we employed a descriptive qualitative design, and the study was done at Clark International University and Makerere University's College of Health Sciences. The study population was final year nursing students. We purposively sampled the participants into the study, and we held 14 in-depth interviews and 4 focus group discussion, and each group had 6 participants. So the in-depth interviews were both held at Clark and Makerere. So at Makerere, we had 8 in-depth interviews and 6 in-depth interviews from Clark International University. So 2 focus group discussions were held at each institution. Data was coded, transcribed, and analyzed using a Colysis approach. So we had 14 students participate in the study, where we had 7 direct students and 7 top-up students. So direct, I mean somebody who has come from senior 6 to join university, while top-up, these are people who are upgrading from a diploma to a bachelor's program. So we had 17 responses, which are 17 response categories, which coalesced into 4 themes. And our themes included career preferences, determinants influencing career choices, professional identity, and channeling. So regarding career preferences, the students had various career preferences, which ranged from emergency care nursing, pediatric nursing, nursing education, research, and many others. Like you can see in these quotes, okay, my preferred career here is actually to become a pediatric nurse because I actually like caring for children so much in nursing. There were several determinants for the students' preferred career choices, which ranged from the mentorship offered from the institution, the support offered by the institutions, and a lot of so many other sub-themes that happened thereafter. So we realized that if all those determinants are put into consideration, the students are able to make the right career choices. For example, one of the quotes, I think the institutions we go to should improve on career guidance of people. The lecturers and teachers and other ward instructors should improve on the way they do their things because they are the people we look up to. They are the immediate people who influence what we choose. They should act as our role models. So one of the things I have to report in this study is most of the students from Makerere chose emergency nursing because their lecturer was on top of her game. She was always with them all the time, doing lots of simulation, doing lots of activities on wards. So that's one of the reasons majority of them chose to continue with emergency care nursing. Professional identity. So this is another theme that came up. This also influenced a lot in students choosing their career choices. For example, the public image of the profession influenced them so much to go back and specialize or choose a career in the nursing fraternity. So for example, this quote, so this perception has triggered us to think the other way. Like I think I should further or specialize to provide a unique kind of care that can change their perception. So this student felt that having a line of specialty will give them an upper hand to provide the best kind of care and change the public perception about nurses being just bedside. The last theme was channeling. So here we mean that after graduation, some of the students chose to leave nursing and do other things or join other courses. For example, some of them wanted to go back and do medicine because in the first place, it was their first choice. And others felt of course, most of them first choice came up as the reason for them to go back and do other programs, but medicine and surgery, public health are some of the programs that came up. So one of them said, yeah, many people go to different programs, others to medicine after graduation. You find somebody has done a degree in nursing, then is coming back to join medicine to begin afresh. So one opts to go and study another 4 years to become a doctor and leave nursing. So one of the other things we realized in this study regarding channeling is it was more common among the directs compared to the top-up students. And most top-up students chose areas as where they have been placed. For example, if somebody has been the SPNO, she wants to go and do administration. So they want to continue in that line of their primary career or placement. So in conclusions, findings shed light on the factors influencing nursing students' career decisions, their sense of professional identity, and the channels through which they navigate their career path. So what is the take-home message for us as nursing educators? So these insights are valuable for us, the nursing educators, the policy makers, healthcare institutions that are aiming to support and guide nursing students towards fulfilling and a meaningful career, which is aligned with their aspirations and interests. So this calls us as educators to support these students throughout this journey, give them those options. I realized that there are a number of students who only knew that there was a master's degree in Makerere. Yet there is critical care in Barara, there is nursing education at UCU. So they felt the master's program for nursing specifically was only offered at Makerere. So I want to acknowledge my mentors, Dr. Rose Clark, Miss Agnes Agwang, and Dr. Scovia, my study participants, and this study was fully funded by HEPI under this grant number, and I'm grateful to HEPI for giving me an opportunity.
Thanks, Claire. I think that was good work, well done. And I think we've learned a thing or two. We should be good at what we do so that people want to be what we are. I wonder what happens if you're not good at what you do. Does that influence someone's choice of that profession? Something to think about. Anyway, the second presenter goes by Clement. He's going to tell us about barriers and facilitators of clinical nursing teaching and learning in the 21st century, a qualitative systemic review protocol. You're welcome.
Thank you very much, moderator. My name is Clement Munguiko. I'm a lecturer at Soroti University. At Soroti University, Department of Nursing, we are currently working on two projects. One project is on clinical teaching models. And this is good. We are doing a scoping review on that. And the other project is on barriers and facilitators of clinical teaching and learning of nursing students in the 21st century. And this is a qualitative systematic review study. This study that we are currently doing and the one that I would like to share with you this afternoon was started in July last year, and the study is ongoing. We identified the question to answer. We went on to do some preliminary search for data to see if data was available, and we went on to develop a protocol. And I must tell you that the protocol is already registered with the Prospero, and we have gone ahead to search for data. We are currently at the level of screening of data. So what we know is that teaching with clinical with patients in the clinical area forms the heart of teaching and learning of nursing and medical students. And the clinical teaching enables nursing students, of course, and medical students to acquire knowledge, skills, and attitudes. So it is clinical teaching that brings these three competencies together, because in clinical teaching, you prompt students to recall the theory, to apply it actually, and also you teach the skills, but also you teach the behavior or the attitude. So it is very imperative that we pay particular attention to clinical teaching. Very good enough. Clinical teaching was one of the topics that should be focused on, like the researchable topics or the research areas that we must pay particular attention to as medical educators. However, it has been noted that many nursing students graduate with low clinical competencies, and there is a question why this is so. Therefore, we set out to understand the possible barriers and facilitators of clinical teaching and learning in this 21st century. Our main objective was to synthesize qualitative data about the barriers and facilitators of clinical teaching and learning of nursing students in 21st century. And this is the question that we set out to answer. What are the barriers and facilitators of clinical teaching and learning of nursing students in 21st century? As I said earlier, this is a qualitative systematic review, and we are doing it following JBI guidelines for meta synthesis. The inclusion criteria, in other words, what are those papers that we included in this study? and what are those papers that were excluded in this study. We developed our inclusion criteria following PICO. Number one, the population. We included studies that were qualitative in nature, and they involved the nursing students as respondents, as well as their teachers. And in this case, nursing students, we meant all the cadres. They enrolled up to PhD, but also we included all the programs in that particular, like, okay, midwives, public health nurses, and so on. And also for the teachers, we included those that were attached to the universities or teaching institutions, but also those that were in the clinical area. The phenomenal interest is barriers and facilitators of clinical teaching and learning of nursing students in the 21st century. Now, the 21st century means that we included only the studies that were done between 2000 and 2024. The context is open. In other words, we included the studies from all over the globe. We did not limit our study to Africa or to low resource countries and so on. We included qualitative studies, and we included all the studies that were done using different qualitative study designs. We also included the studies that were that used the mixed methods, especially and those specifically that had the qualitative findings clearly presented separately from quantitative results. And we searched our papers from these databases. Okay. The selected articles were imported into EndNote for screening. And just like I've said, we are now at the level of screening of the papers. This is a prisma diagram that guided our study. We identified 1,738 papers, and we removed the duplicates. The duplicates were 39, and we remained with 1,551 papers. But there were those that we found that we had got them, but they were for the studies that were done before 2000, and therefore we had to exclude those. So when we excluded 20, we remained with 1,531. And we have already screened all these papers at the title level, and we have already eliminated 13,022 papers. Yeah, no, we have excluded 1,322 papers, sorry. And now we are remaining with 209 papers. So we are now going on to screen them at the abstract level. We shall also continue and screen them at the full text level. As I have said, this is an ongoing study, and we do not have complete results, but the partial results that we have so far show that the facilitators and barriers of clinical teaching are either institutional related, that is the teaching institutions being the source of the barriers, but also clinical facilities related. Some of the partial findings we see in these papers talking about the barriers on the side of institutions include things like absent or unrealistic clinical teaching placement objectives. Yeah, meaning that sometimes we place our students to the clinical areas without planning very well, without developing very clear learning outcomes, and therefore students keep asking, "What do you want us to learn? What should we be able to do at the end of this clinical session?" Number two, some papers say that there is a wide gap between theory and clinical skills, that sometimes students go to the clinical area and they are exposed to the clinical aspects, but the theory is lacking. And therefore, there is a mismatch between the theory and the clinical. The other one was the long distance between the institution and clinical sites. And of course, you will know that. And you can look at number 6, staff work overload is one of the other areas that seem to appear to be one of the main barriers. And also a lack of clear clinical placement and teaching guidelines or models. I don't know how many of us have clinical teaching and learning guidelines at our institutions. The clinical site related barriers that seem to be very common in these papers that we are reviewing include use of traditional clinical teaching methods. We are in the 21st century. We are supposed to use innovative student-centered clinical teaching methods, but one of the problems that these papers seem to be bringing out is that we still use traditional teaching methods, teacher-centered methods, and therefore students wait for us to teach them, and when we are not there, they move around. They say they are waiting for us, and at the end of the day, if we don't teach them, they go back to their hostels and say they have learned nothing. Passive learning as opposed to active participation of learners. Yeah, and so many more. There are many clinical site-related teaching barriers that these studies report, but also they are facilitators. One of them is good planning for clinical teaching. That if clinical teaching is very well planned, then it can give us very good outcomes. Okay, if we clearly state out the learning outcomes, we are likely, for example, to realize very good clinical teaching outcomes. If we plan for the resources on time and so on, then the teaching is more likely to be effective. The second one is integration of clinical with biomedical sciences. If we integrate the two, then we are likely to have better outcomes. For example, if we are teaching about a clinical case, a clinical condition, it is better also to help students to recall the theory about that condition. For example, to stimulate them to recall the anatomy, to stimulate them to recall the physiology, so that learning is progressive, is systematic, is is complete. But sometimes we zero on the clinical area and we don't help students to recall, and therefore students seem to detach the two. Like we have done biomedicals, we are now into clinicals, and 12 with biomedicals. No, but this what we seem to see in the papers is like no, there must be an integration of both clinical and biomedical. One thing that I did not put here also is our exposure of students to clinical areas. That point also came in one of the presentations yesterday, that students need to be exposed to the clinical area as early as possible. And the clinical teaching should be progressive, from known to unknown, not something that happens abruptly. In other words, they need maybe to start by observing, and then they assist, and then finally they perform on their own with strict supervision, and then later we withdraw and we support them remotely as they gain their competencies. Promotion of self-directed learning as opposed to strict supervision. We talk more about clinical supervision, and you go to the ward, and if students are not there, and therefore there is a problem. And if they are there and probably you find they're not doing something you want them to do, then you assume they're doing nothing. And probably they could be doing something, they could be learning, but they are learning on their own. So helping students learn on their own promotes clinical teaching. In conclusion, teaching institutions and clinical sites have numerous bottlenecks that which need to be understood. And these bottlenecks affect the quality of clinical teaching and learning. good planning for clinical teaching and providing adequate resources are among the facilitators that have been identified to facilitate effective clinical teaching. We shall complete this study and share we share all the results, the complete results next time. But for now, what do we learn from this? Number one, as medical educators, as health professionals educators, we need to do research in this area of clinical teaching and learning. And one of the things one of the researches that we can do is systematic reviews, because data is there, but this data needs to be synthesized to get more meaning out of it so that it can influence policy. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Clement, for the presentation and the work well done. So I think the next presenter is Brenda. So Brenda is going to take us through exploring perceptions and experiences of Mulago School of Nursing and midwifery students about preceptorship. You're welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mbabas Brenda. I'm from Makerere University and I'm a nursing student, and I'm a very happy fellow of HEPI. They sponsored my research fully and I'm so grateful for that. I don't take it for granted. And the research they sponsored was exploring perceptions and experiences of Mulago School of Nursing and midwifery students about preceptorship. So with a little bit of the background, I would like to first explain what preceptorship means. Most of the people don't know it. Preceptorship is a training model where a student is paired with a preceptor or a qualified and experienced staff in a clinical setting to bridge the gap between theory and the practical knowledge. So with this preceptorship, when it is done, it promotes clinical thinking and clinical reasoning. It has also been used for decades globally or countrywide. And also in Uganda, it is being used by most institutions that provide health. There has been a little bit of information on this, on the students' experiences and perceptions. Most of the studies that have been done, they've been looking at the experiences of the staff or the preceptors, but they've not been looking at the experiences of the students. That's why I came up with this study. So with the objectives, the general one, it was to explore the perceptions and experiences of these students of Mulago School of Nursing and Midwifery about preceptorship. And for the specific objectives, I had two. And one was to look at these students' perceptions, and the other one was to look at their experiences. So the methods that I employed, I did an exploratory qualitative study, and I considered, or I used 6 focus group discussions, and I employed semi-structured questionnaires. They are the ones that we use to collect data. And the study setting, as I've already said, it was in Mulago School of Nursing. And for the study population, I considered, or I used the final year diploma students, the direct ones, and upgrading students. As the former presenter said, the direct students are those ones that just come from senior 6 and then they join the nursing school. And then the upgrading ones, they have the certificates and then they go back for the diploma courses. And excuse me, to add on that, I considered the midwifery students and also the nursing students. And for the sampling procedure, it was purposive, and I analyzed my data using a deductive thematic analysis. And with the findings are from the perceptions, 4 main themes came out, and one of them was about communication. These students perceived that if they were pressed on words, they would be able to get skills in communication. They would be able to communicate with the relatives of the patients. They would be able to communicate with the patients and also their fellow health workers. And also they would be able to give proper feedback to both their teachers or instructors and also the other patients. Then another theme that came up was contribution. They perceived that in case they go onwards, these preceptors would contribute so much to their learning. For example, they perceived that they would gain a lot of knowledge from these preceptors, and they also perceived that the preceptors would support them in their weak areas. They also perceived that they would become very confident in performing different procedures. For example, taking histories, doing treatment care, or even planning for the care of these patients. And they also perceived that they would be very competent in acquiring the skills, like some presenter has said, the skills of working on patients, they would gain more knowledge, and also maybe their attitude, the professional attitude would change or become even better. And from the experiences, as they had perceived before going to the wards, indeed, they got some of the experiences. For example, confidence, indeed they say that their confidence is increased, most especially in performing different procedures after going to these wards, and they were helped by these preceptors. They also became very competent with different skills. For example, taking histories, giving treatment, etc. They reported that after they were pressed with the preceptors. And also they said that they had become more confident in performing these procedures. But notably, there were some negative sub-themes that came up under collaboration. You know, they press these students on wards, and sometimes, okay, a few times these other lecturers go there to supervise, but sometimes they don't. So some of the students reported that whenever they are pressed on wards, they are given responsibilities, or responsibilities are transferred to them, in that you find a preceptor, just because you're upgrading or you're in your final year, the preceptors tend to think that you know it all. So they leave you on duty alone. For example, over the weekends when they know the administrators are not around, they leave you on ward alone. Or if they have some things they want to do, they leave you and go for meetings, and you're left on ward alone. And the other one was about sexual harassment. And this one was reported mainly by female students, where they were saying that sometimes when they go to the wards, male supervisors tend to sexually harass them. And sometimes they even fear reporting, because they know when they report, these people are going to chase them away from their wards. And other times what they do, they abandon the wards, they don't go back. And in this, you find they lose out on gaining the skills. So in conclusion, the study mainly highlighted many positives than negatives. And as we've already said, the many positives were communication, contribution, competence, and confidence. And for the negative sub-themes that came up were the transfer of responsibilities and sexual harassment. So what do I recommend? The stakeholders should do comprehensive training of the preceptors to enhance effectiveness in guiding and supporting the learners. And in addition, they should create awareness about sexual harassment. And those who do that, they should also be punished. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mbabazi, for that presentation. However, I was here wondering, wasn't there any reporting female preceptors sexually harassing male nurses? All right, so thank you very much. So let's take a few minutes for questioning, and I'm going to join you on the forum so that we can take questions. Okay. All right, so this is Isaac. You're welcome. You're finally going to tell us about impact of parenthood on academic performance among undergraduate clinical students at Busitema University, Faculty of Health Sciences. I can't wait.
Thank you. Protocol observed. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Isaac Omlepo. This research was done along with Dr. Fred Blamba, Department of Anesthesia. We have Mr. Eputai Joshua, Department of Nursing, and Miss Lydia Senyonga. Yeah, we did a study on the impact of parenthood on academic performance of undergraduate clinical nursing clinical students. Those are 3 programs: medicine, nursing, and anesthesia. We are looking at an age where education is key as far as we talk about relevance. And we are here talking about parenthood. Parenthood is a major life event that has an impact on academic performance. The other day, I was listening to the news that they are phasing out comprehensive nurses diploma and certificate. That means it's going to push them to go back to school. By the time these people go out to the field, they're already parents. And it becomes inevitable that institutions are going to admit parents. And yet this is a unique group of students who need a supportive academic environment for them to thrive in. Yeah, so what do we know? We know that parent students encounter challenges that require a supportive educational environment. We also literally have to see that the training institution should be informed of these challenges and offer support where they can. Most of the institutions we have offer a one-size-fits-all approach of teaching, where we have students who are coming direct from high school, and then we have students, post-diploma students, or we call them extensors. They are all in the same class, and we are all going to talk about pharmacology. We talk about receptors. Now, meanwhile, Malcolm Knowles talked about in his andragogy that these parent students need knowledge that is going to benefit them, that is going to enrich them in whatever they are doing. So it becomes something that is going to challenge them for some time. By the time they get used up, they would have lost some confidence, and some of them end up dropping out. So we had to, what were our objectives? Our general objective was to explore the interplay between parenthood and academic performance. So we looked at 2 things in specific. One, we had to explore the impact that parenthood has on academic performance of these undergraduate students. And then 2, look at the coping mechanisms that contribute to their academic performance. A methodology, we did a qualitative case study where we used in-depth interviews. We did 14 in-depth interviews, and by 14 we had reached saturation. And then to enrich the interview data, we did 2 focus group discussions. And the data was collected by 2 research assistants. One assumed the role of a moderator, then the other one did the audio recording and took the field notes to maintain the non-contextual details. So during this study, we came up with analysis was done by thematic analysis, and it was inductive. We assumed we don't know anything, so we had to come up with the coding and then the themes. And we came up for the first objective on the impact that parenthood has on academic performance. We came up with two themes. One is the decline in academic performance. And here we had students talking, especially the most affected students, parent students here were those ones. Now here in our study, we had the term new parents. New parents are those ones who joined the university, they're not parents, but along the way, they became parents. So those are the ones who were most affected. Meanwhile, the other parents, all the parents that joined school when they were already parents, they prepared psychologically and they knew how they are going to handle it. So the decline in academic performance happened especially for the new parents. And here we had parents who became parents by accident, and I called it that, by coincidence, unplanned pregnancy. So a parent comes here and says, literally, I remember one who said it was a tough time for him. During that time, it was unplanned pregnancy, and he literally had insomnia, and he felt like he shouldn't attend classes. So that was so profound, because this student literally felt like leaving school. And then we also had what we call academic goal adjustment. Someone joined school, and then along the way, because things are getting tight, they had in mind that when I'm going to join school, I'm going to really work hard, and I'm going to achieve good grades. I'm going to get A's. The worst is a B. But along the way, it says, we normally had this word, the 10th is the goal, meaning they are only aiming at graduating. So they reduced everything was now they're aiming for average or marginal grades. So that's what we found out. Like you can see a quote here. I was a bright student when I was still in diploma before I became a student, a parent, but now I'm an average student. I'm just aiming at passing now. Yeah. Then we also had to note the phases of parenthood, which were so difficult. The three were: one, unintended pregnancy. It took unintended pregnancy affected parent students most. And then we had what we call infancy. Someone has a young child who's breastfeeding. I remember this scenario. One of the participants told me that during that time, they're doing pharmacology. And then she had to rush back, breastfeed the baby. By the time she came back, the lecturer stopped her from attending a lecture. Said it affected her psychologically. So infancy. Then another one, you're going in for an anatomy exam. You get a phone call from home. The baby was burned by hot water. It's all finished from there. So, and then we also had marriage, especially those ones whose marriage was not giving any future. Okay. Oh, sorry if it's offending. Okay, so the other objective we had was how are these parent students able to cope up amidst all these challenges? One, we looked at efficient learning strategies. Like they had to devise ways on how they are going to get well, like how they are going to perform at school. So you had to literally think beyond the box and see, how am I going to do it? It's beyond the discussions. It's beyond the consultations you may have. You go further to mentorship. And along the way, we realized that parent students who had mentors were doing better than those who were not. So we had efficient learning mechanisms. Like they really had to reduce the hours of sleep. You have to catch up. And then we also had intrinsic motivation coming in. And most of this, by the time someone comes to school, especially these are for the old parents, which we term the old parents in this study, those ones who came to school while already parents. These parents came to school knowing why they came to school. So they're paying maybe their own tuition. And by the time they come to school, there is something that was motivating them. One literally said, I'm at school, I'm motivated, I can't drop out of school because of my children. I really want them to live a good life. I really want to become a good example to them. So intrinsic motivation was one of the key things that helped them to cope up. What are the key things we are picking from this study? What are the key things we are picking from this study? One, we have things that the students who are planning to be parents, or those ones who are already parents and planning to join school should take note of. One, that pregnancy and infancy can affect them. So by the time they join school, they should have devised ways on how to counteract such effects. Two, we have the take-home points for the training institutions, the faculties, that they can see ways of supporting these parent students. Some of them need mentoring. Some of them, they need support. And then we also found out which the training institutions have to look into. There are two programs in the university, the primary side. One was COBAS. Some of the parent students could not attend COBAS, so they earned an extra year of being at school because they couldn't go to the community with their children or with the child. So COBAS affected them. They got a retake. And then the other one was night calls. You're on call and you can't be in ward with the child. So it means you're going to be affected because you have to take care of the child. Meanwhile, you have to be in ward. Otherwise, you run into issues. So those were our findings. Future studies should look at how teaching methods affect academic performance of parent students. This is a unique group of students which are underrated, but they also need special attention. Yeah, thank you so much.
Isaac, thank you for this presentation. I wouldn't miss it because basically when I saw your title, I'm glad you presented. The first thing I thought about the impact of being a parent on academic performance. Now, when you started presenting, I got that point, okay, I become a parent on that way. I started thinking, what could be the recommendation? Maybe don't become a parent while you're studying. Generally, it's another PhD for me. Anyway, I want to thank the presenters. I just want to confirm whether Simon Peter is online from EDI. He's not. All right. So let's take some questions and then we shall find time to answer. All right. So let's take 10 minutes for question and answer. So I think we can get 1 or 2 questions for each of the presenters, and then we shall answer to those because I think time is not on our side. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for all the presentations. My question goes to Isaac. Did you study both female and male? If you didn't study both, why? Because I wanted to know which parent was affected more. Yeah, because female or male? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I think my first one also goes to Isaac. Maybe this is a bit academic, but I heard you use words like you are saying it has the greatest impact. You know, unplanned pregnancy had the greatest impact. In your conclusion, you are talking of differences in performance. There's no difference in performance between people who are parents and non-parents. And your study was qualitative. So I'm just wondering how you came up with those conclusions or, you know, such wording when your study is essentially qualitative. How would you tell that, you know, this one had the greatest impact and not? Then the other one goes to the nursing student. That was Brenda. So I'm wondering whether, because you studied both perceptions and experiences. So my issue is whether you studied perception and experiences of the same group of students. So the question is whether you would get different results. For example, if you studied different groups of students, maybe one for experiences, those ones that have already experienced preceptorship. And then for perceptions, maybe you look at the ones that have not. If you did like that, would you get different results? Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Okori Herbert. I'm currently a nursing intern at Hoima Regional Referral. I just want to, I don't know if it is a question for all of us, mainly to what Brenda presented. Yeah, one of the statistics from yesterday, we saw we're having the ratio of the doctor to patient being 1 to 20,000, which is quite worrying and challenging. So bringing it back to the preceptorship mode of clinical skills learning, how practical is this going to be in our Ugandan setting when we tailor that challenge to other departments like the staffing actually, because most of our facilities are understaffed? How effective will this apply to our setting? Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Suleiman Ademola, HOD Pharmacology, IUIU. My question is to Isaac. You said something as regard the effect of marriage, but with the little I heard from you, I do not know whether you actually look at whether the new parents or the old parents, whether they are actually married or they are cohabiting. So, because you should be able to differentiate the two and see whether there is an effect on someone that is really married that the husband is assisting, or the other one that just got married, just got pregnant and is affecting psychologically. So, or do you, as long as you have children, you are married? Because the Uganda Marriage Act actually defined what is a marriage. So, thank you.
Yes, thank you for all the presentations we've had this afternoon. I have two questions. One goes to Clement. From your presentation, your papers have come out from the whole globe, basically. But I'm wondering, in your preliminary findings, where are these studies coming from? The one you settled for. Could there be like comparisons between the different contexts that you've already seen in your findings? And how do we learn from those differences that may be existing between the different studies from different contexts? Because in qualitative study, definitely we cannot rule out the context. Then to Brenda, yeah, I think this is a very good study, especially for us who send students to the clinical areas. It's a kind of eye-opening. I see the need for feedback between the different training institutions and then the different facilities where we send the students. Yeah. The other thing is I would want to know whether there was any difference in experiences between the direct and the indirect nursing students. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Prof.
Thank you. My question is to Isaac. That parenting made these students miss COBAS. What else did it make them miss? So the question is, even when these people graduate, they will become parents. So how do we prepare them for this parenthood that will happen to them, even when they, after graduation, they might be posted somewhere different, but also they need to continuously develop. So how do we prepare these professionals for this careerhood in parenthood, in marriage, whatever you looked at? Thank you.
Thank you, Prof, for the question. I think let's have the presenters answer. I think I'll start with Isaac. Let's have the most questions.
Thank you. Someone raised a question on if the study was done on both males and females. I say yes. Our study was done on both male parents and female parents, and the most affected were the females. When it came to, we talked about the difficult phases in parenthood. One was pregnancy. It affected the females. Two, when you talk about infancy, the females had to breastfeed, take care of the baby. They left the baby with a maid, someone taking care of. They had to check on them. So the females were most affected. Even when we come to COBAS, they are the ones who move with the children. Then we talked about the differences. At the beginning, like, these people are facing a hard time. But remember, we had here an impact and then the coping mechanisms. Literally, what we have to know is the students in a long run opted for average or marginal marks. It's a D+, it's okay. It's not an O. They move on to the next course unit. So at the end, we don't see them retained. Like when we compare the parents and the non-parents, like they're doing well, but these ones have ended up with marginal marks. Then we talked about marriage. One of the limitations, maybe before I answer that question, is we did not collect data from some parent students due to the fear of being stigmatized that you're a parent, so you wouldn't want to open up to your life. So the few participants who opened to us on their marriage were actually those ones already in marriage. No one would confidently say, I'm cohabiting. We all know that's marriage. So yeah, no one wouldn't use the word cohabiting. So what was marriage here? Marriage for the participants who opened up, because all participants indicated either married or not. So for those ones who opened up on their marriage, because others stopped at married, no more information, and you can't coerce them. So for those ones who opened up on marriage, were those ones who came in, joined the school when they already married, but then it wasn't just working up. And then Professor has talked of COBAS. Yeah, COBAS is a good experience. I would say, and I would like to thank so much Dr. Nekaka. She gave us a platform when we went for COBAS. I literally became the group leader for my COBAS site. And the whole group pushed the work on me. And I had to learn by force how to collect data, do everything on research. Maybe I would not be here. Yeah, so COBAS is a good experience because meanwhile you're at school, that's another environment. But the real field, COBAS gives you that opportunity to go to the deepest areas. In Busitema, we have our COBAS in the east, like there are remote places in the east, but you have to devise ways of interacting with the community. So COBAS is a good experience, but let's also look at this instance, who's going for COBAS? The student. So if we can have ways, we see, okay, our parent students, if we send them to the COBAS site, we know already they have these limitations, their parents or they have children. We can always come to a consensus and say, okay, because Busitema, when you go for COBAS, the university gets for you accommodation, things they supply for you. Now, remember, children are not students. So we would liaise and say, okay, if you're a parent, you're going to get your own accommodation and take care of your family, but make sure you don't miss class. Of course, it would be straining a little, but it would be accommodating at least. And then these other things, we can embrace mentorship. Yeah, I know it would help a lot when it comes to mentoring these people because they seem like to be underlooked, yet they are a very important aspect. Believe me, all of us are Africans. When you are past a certain age and you're not married, the elders start questioning.
Thank you very much for the question on preliminary findings relating to where most of the papers that we searched came from. I must say that for now, we cannot conclusively answer this question because it is one of the things that we have to find in our data extraction. But by look of things, we found that most of the studies or most of the papers come from studies that were done in high-income countries, especially Australia, Europe, and Middle East. But also, I saw two papers that were for the studies that were done here in Uganda. One study was done, I think, in the north, in Narua, and another one was done in the central here. There could be more papers that were done in Uganda. I mean, more papers for the studies that were done in Uganda, but for now we don't know. The ones we have for Uganda that we know are two.
Okay, thank you, Clement. So, Babazi, use less than a minute to attend to the questions, and then we'll summarize the session.
Thank you so much for the questions. The first one was about if I studied the same group, and true, I did. I considered the direct and upgrading students, but both groups were finalists. But about perceptions, the questions we're asking are there were the perceptions they had before they started the clinical placements or before they went to the clinical areas. Then about the experiences, it was after they had gone there. Then someone asked about if preceptorship could be applied in a setting. Already it is there. Maybe what the stakeholders should do is to train more qualified health workers who have the experience to become better preceptors.
Okay, thank you, Brenda. So let's give a round of applause to the presenters and the audience. So because of time, I'm not going to speak much, so I think I need to hand over. All right, so I think we've learned one or two from the presentation. So I beg to welcome Prof. Sarah Chiguli. She's going to take us through the sixth session of this conference today. So she's going to give us a vote of thanks, and then she'll summarize with her closing remarks.
Okay.
If I've missed anything, she will add to that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I know we are tired. It has been a full 2 days, so this session will not be long. And I don't know if there's any participant who wants to say something. The good thing is that we don't have any of those big people who prevent us to say what we want to say. So it is us, it is our session. So we can say what we want to say, and I'll give you the opportunity to say something before we end. But I would like to thank all of you on behalf of the HEPI project. This meeting, although HEPI organized, is not for HEPI. HEPI organized, we invited people to submit abstracts. By coincidence, many of the people who submitted had studies that were sponsored, but there were others, and we've met new people, and we are very glad that we've met new people from the COVID testing and retesting. The person who told us about education, training, and learning and development, we cannot forget that, and everyone else. So we are really grateful that all of you have been able to join us as health professional educators, as students, and as stakeholders in this field, so that we attain the goal of preparing these students to be the health providers who can address the needs of the Ugandan community. So we thank you for joining us, those online and those who are here in person. We'd like to thank those who presented, those who chaired sessions, and those who participated in the panel discussions. And we all need a round of applause. The people who asked questions and who contributed in the discussion, we are really very grateful for your participation. Maybe what we need to do now is to know, even if it's at the end, who are the partners in HEPI. We know Makerere University is here. I don't know who is from Makerere University. Please stand up. Makerere. Makerere. Yeah. You see, we are the hosts, but we are not the majority here. Clark International University. Clark, okay. A powerful team from Clark International University, and the Vice Chancellor, who was the guest of honor, Professor Rose Nanyonga, is still online. So we are grateful to you, Clark, for having participated in this conference. We have learned a lot from you. Busitema University, okay. The School of Health Sciences, you really challenged, I should say this, Clark and Busitema, you challenged Makerere. That's the so-called giants. Okay, the students from Busitema, thank you very much. We really appreciate what you did, and it could be the way you are trained. Okay, but I should also, I think the success goes to HEPI and probably Makerere. I hope you still have problem-based learning and COBAS done in the right way. Because of that, you were as good as you were. Okay? Kabale. Okay? Yes, a powerful delegation from Kabale, led by the critical thinker. Okay? Lydia will be our expert in critical thinking. And we trust that in the next 20 years, she's going to change the way we train in critical thinking in all universities in Uganda. Okay, we are grateful to Kabale, Mulago School of Nursing and Midwifery. Okay. Nakato Fausta is here, one of the tutors who was able to get a master's degree in health professions education during this period. We trust that you will be the champion and you make changes at Mulago, but also in other institutions. Who have I forgotten? Achest, African Center for Social Transformation, Health Transformation. Professor Shuguri was here, my co-wife. She has left, and we are grateful to her. We have John Hopkins. I don't know if our partners are online, but also Yale. So we are extremely grateful to them. But we are very grateful of people who are not from the HEPI institutions who are here with us. So Lira, please stand up for recognition. Lira, led by the prof. Yes, a strong delegation, and he presented last year. Even this year, he has presented about clinical teaching. I think we should take that and we should do research together on clinical teaching, because if we don't get it right, we'll not have graduates that are competent. So Lira, we are very grateful to you for being here. And Soroti University, okay? Mbarara, I can't forget Prof. Maling and team. Mbarara, please stand up for recognition. Mbarara University of Science and Technology, have they gone? They have gone, they were here, led by Prof. Maling and other people. Who have I left out? I know there's IU, International Islamic University of Uganda. Okay, IU is here. Now, which places? Mango School of Nursing and Midwifery, or Mango here? Mango, okay. So Mango Hospital and the training institution, you are here. I saw Dr. Mukwaya, our senior gynecologist, who heads that training institution at Chengera, is online. We are grateful, but also other people. Can you tell us where, if I've not mentioned your institution, please tell us which institution, who else? Uganda Virus Research Institution, who else? Odell is from Makerere. So we are all here as educators. We are all here from different institutions. If you remember last year, we said that we want to form an association of health profession educators in Uganda. You heard HEPI is ending. HEPI is ending, but we are here to remain, and we need to move and actually work together. We are a bigger team, not only the 4 institutions, and my belief, and we all agreed, that we need to have an association for Ugandans where we shall have the community of learners. We'll collaborate, we'll become partners, and we'll also do what? We'll cooperate. I'm a good student, okay, as we move forward. And my suggestion is that we get maybe 3 or 4 people who are going to help us draft the what do they call it? The constitution for the health profession educators in Uganda. And we need to do this before the end of July, so that by that time HEPI ends, we are actually in business. Actually, that was one of the HEPI aims, to bring ourselves together, but also to work together. So who wants to be on that team, drafting the constitution? Anyone, just put up your hand. Yes, we have someone. Let's go and get the name and the institution. Suleiman from? Okay. Oh, Suleiman, a pharmacist and lawyer. Okay, thank you very much. Who else? Florence from CIU, Lydia from Kabale. Who else? Okay, so that team plus the members of the HEPI technical team, who I should probably introduce, those from Makerere, though I don't see them. Where's Dr. Ian Munabi? Ian has left. You saw him earlier. Dr. Roy Mubuke has left. We have Evelyn outside, and we have the IT team with us. So we are going to give ourselves 4 to 8 weeks. I know there are already templates to draft the constitution, and we shall invite you both online and in person, so that we have that, so that next year we meet again, forever we shall meet. Even if we don't have funds, we have the online platform, don't we? We can still meet and have a very fruitful discussion and collaboration and engagement. So let's move forward. Let's move forward. We are grateful to the students. Students, stand up. I know the Makerere students have exams, so many of them left, but we have the students from our institutions. You are our future. We are very proud of you, and we know that you carry on the torch. Okay, you carry on the torch. So that's what I have as we end. Before we leave, the organizers, would like to thank the organizers. They have something for each of the partner institutions. Edward, very quickly, I don't know what is it that they have from the representative from each of the universities here. Okay, so who is going to receive first? Kabale University. Kabale, please come and receive your. Kabale. Lydia is one of our PhD students who is graduating very soon. Okay. Okay. So thank you, Kabale, for being part of this. Busitema. Busitema. Okay, Busitema, Rebecca and team. Rebecca was the focal person. David and everyone, please come. We are grateful to Busitema. Okay. I'm really proud. Do you know why? Many of these people are my students. I still remember Rebecca in our PBO tutorial. Yes. Okay, Busitema. Okay. Okay, thank you. And a message from Prof. Nanyonga to the nurse student from Busitema. Dr. Rose is more than happy to be your mentor. I can't remember the name, but you're going. Who said sometimes students don't get mentors? So Prof. Nanyonga wrote online that she's more than happy to be your mentor. So get the contact. Clark International University. Clark. Yes, Florence and team. what I know, Clark has powerful women. Is it because of Dr. Rose? Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. Mulago School of Nursing and Midwifery. Okay, the only Nakato Fausta. So we need to do a lot more in the coming years to strengthen that collaboration, especially with institutions which don't have graduate nursing training yet. They are our backbone of nursing training, and we are glad that Mulago School of Nursing and Midwifery is here and was part of HEPI. You're welcome. And finally, Makerere University. Now, who is going to get the one of Makerere? No, Dr. Jen Namatovu. And yes, okay, so Makerere, yes. Okay. There are more? Okay. So Makerere, before you know, the glory will be in name. We should fight to keep that. Eh? Yes. Yes. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Lastly, before we leave. Oh. Oh. That.
The last one is for Prof. We, as the HEPI team, the technical team, wanted to appreciate her for the great leadership for the 6 years she has led us. So we truly appreciate. Thank you, Professor Chigli.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. Oh, okay. Thank you. So thank you very much, colleagues, friends. I think this is the end of our conference. We shall meet. We are going to invite you before the end of July, even if it is online, so that we concretize this formation of our association society. I don't know what it is, because we need to work across, we need to work all together as educators. We are crossing the boundaries of I'm a doctor, I'm a nurse, I'm an anesthesiologist, I'm a professor. We are all educators with one goal. Okay, so we'll call you and the team which is going to draft. Florence is going to lead the team, and we shall call you or she'll invite you. So thank you very much. We have tea outside, so let's have the tea and the eats, and we pray that you travel safely as you go back. God bless you.